from Ramallah City, perkampungan Berlin, dekat tebing Gaza, Jerusalem. So we are very happy to mention this, that kehadiran Mr. Ahmad Bernard nanti adalah bersebab dengan bantuan, sokongan dan juga non-stopping effort oleh pihak Viva Palestina Malaysia yang mengusahakan supaya kita dapat bercakap. Dan in fact kita dah dapat bercakap. In fact malam semalam pun the AJK, some of AJKs did rehearsal dengan Mr. Ahmad, and he is looking forward, even though dia punya time backdated dengan kita is about 5 hours. Okay, so this movie is an award-winning documentary. Dia about more than 30, dia dapat banyak award. One of them, yang prestigious one is of course Academy Award. Dia dicalonkan top 5 tapi dia kalah kepada Gatekeepers. That was 2013. And then Sundance Film Festival dia menang. And then even Palestine Israel Film Festival pun dia menang kan. And then we have Taiwan, Prague, even Golden Apricot, Durban, International Milwaukee, Jerusalem Film Festival within 2012, 2013 and 2014. This movie menang, dan kita pasti dapat agak lah kenapa film ini menang. Is it because of the camera work? Is it because of the composition, directing? Is it because of the content, or is it because of what? Kita akan bincang nanti dengan panjang lebar. Okay, so the film is about when his fourth son Gabriel is born in 2005. Self-taught cameraman Ahmad Bernard, a Palestinian villagers like Michael Moore sebut tadi. This is a non-trained, seorang yang tidak ditrain, without training, telah menghasilkan filem sebegini rupa. A Palestinian villager gets his first camera. At the same time, in his village of Berlin, the Israelis begin bulldozing village olive grove to build a barrier to separate Berlin from the Jewish settlement Modin in Illit. The barriers road cuts off 60% of Berlin farmland, and the villagers resist to this seizure of more of their land by the settlers. Excuse my pronunciation. The first 5 minutes ni macam ni lah kan. During the next year, Bernard films this struggle, which is led by two of his best friends, including his brother Iyad. At the same time, Bernard uses the camera to record the growth of his son. Very soon, this event begins to affect his family and his own life. Bernard filmed the army and police beating and arresting villagers and activists who came to support them. Settlers destroy Palestinian olive trees and attack Bernard when he tried to film them. The army raids the village in the middle of the night to arrest children. He, his friend, and other brothers are arrested and shot. Some are killed. Al-Fatihah. Each camera used to document this event is shot or smashed. Sebab tu filem dinamakan sebagai 5 broken cameras, because kesemua 5 kamera dia telah dirosakkan, sama ada ditembak, dipecahkan, dan bagaimana. So sekarang dia ada filem yang kena. So then eventually in 2009, Bernard approaches Guy Davidi, an Israel filmmaker, and the two of them create the film from these 5 broken cameras and the stories that they represent. This is the guy. Kita tengok sekejap, lepas tu kita akan terus pergi kepada filem tersebut, which will take about 90 minutes. Hope semua orang bersabar dan tengok dengan penuh fokus, because whatever we discuss nanti adalah berdasarkan kepada filem ini.
بفكر لازم أكون مقتنع إن تجهيز القطار راح يكون لها أهمية.
He showed to me it as if it's just another element of violence, but for me it was a very personal moment to imagine how he felt as a cameraman holding the camera and taking this decision to stick on filming and not doing anything. For me this was a starting point for a film. There are a lot of elements in the village that can be connected to Imad, and I imagine how Imad was at that moment, holding the camera, filming what he felt and choosing this decision. For me, that was a starting point for a new film that we should do, and not the same objective story.
I know since the beginning, I know the camera is very strong witness and very strong weapon. And I decided to use the camera and to shoot always, even when my brother got arrested, even when my friend got killed. I decided to keep filming because I thought always that this footage gonna be used for important events. في مرة اجى مهندس إسرائيلي عمل كاسات عشان يبنوا جدار فاصل وسط أرضنا.
5 Broken Cameras is a story of a village and a man, a cameraman, that in 2005 took a camera to film his young son, fourth son that was born. And at the same time, his village starts to initiate a movement against a separation fence plan to be built and confiscate lands, agricultural lands of the village. What's happening outside and what is happening in his house and his family and his son that is growing are completely mixed all together. And you can see how the son is experiencing these years of violence and resistance at the same time in his village. So it's both a family story, a personal story, and also a social narrative of a village that reflects a bit about the region.
هذه المرة دوري باخذ الكاميرا وببلش أصور عشان أحمي حالي. يا بايت شليف أنا عدت هناك بمطالعة سليم. هات هوية الصحافة من جوا.
I remember in the nights, the soldiers were coming into the village to do house arrest, to arrest kids like we see in the film. And as I was an Israeli in the village with a camera, they were knocking on the door, calling me that there is a separation fence built over the people's land, and they start to fight against it. Imad continues to film everything that happens. At the same time, he films his son growing, his family, his wife, throughout the years, and how they confront what's happening outside in the village, start to penetrate more and more into his personal life and his family. The idea came to me to make this film since 2005 because I thought that people come to ask me to give them footage, and they come from outside. They don't live the experience as same me, and they never have this feeling as people who live there. So I decided to make it myself because the idea came from one of my friends. Why you don't make the film? You live here. Many people come to make films about our situation, but they don't know the reality of our life. How's our life is? How's our children grow up? For a Palestinian to speak about his personal life, about his intimate life, is very hard because people are very much concentrated on the community, about the nation, about Palestine. So even when he filmed personal footage, he never considered it as personal. I approached him to work with me because it was not a political decision or the idea or the goal not to make it Israeli-Palestinian. So it was very clear to us and to him that this is my film. I've been working on it many years before, and you come here to support and to help. And this is a Palestinian film, a Palestinian documentary. So it's my experience, and it's from my personal perspective, from my point of view, and so we started like this to work on the film. I think these films have a new way to speak about these very delicate issues with a non-judgmental way, with a language that understand that the victim and the aggressor are the same, and we don't need to start and do comparisons between who suffers the most. And the film for me is not about how Imad suffered or Palestinians suffer like so many other films that deal with it. For me, this is a film about how from suffering you can grow something. And sometimes in their language, they still speak about suffering, look what they are doing to us. But actually, in their life and in their decisions and actions, they are inspirational. And I wanted to bring that to the discussion, that kind of language. أنا مريت بتجارب كثيرة في حياتي. تجارب اللي لساتها تولع ذاكرتي. ألم ولد، مخاوف وأمل، كله مخلوط ببعض. أنا تايه. الجروح القديمة ما عندهاش وقت تطيب. الجروح الشديدة راح تغطي عليها. قررت أصور عشان أرجع ذاكرتي. هذول هم ال5 كاميرات تاعتي،
كل كاميرا مرحلة في الحياة. أنا انولدت وعشت كل حياتي في بلعين، القرية اللي واقعة بين التلال. القرية واقعة داخل الأراضي المحتلة من الضفة الغربية. أنا فلاح مزارع مثل كل عيلتي، الأرض بترجعنا لذاتنا. لما كنت صغير كنت أروح أشتغل في الأرض مع أبوي، كنا نلقط زيتون. بذكر مرة ما كنت بدي ألقط، قام أبوي ضربني بالعصا على راسي، قمت شردت. كنت أحب أطلع مع أصحابي على الواد وأسرح في الطبيعة. في مرة يجي مهندس إسرائيلي يعمل كيسات عشان يبنوا جدار فاصل وسط أرض. أول أيام جت فيها الجرافات كانت أيام صعبة كثير، لكن هذه الأيام كانت بالنسبة لي كمان أيام جميلة كثير. جبريل ابن الرابع ولد. حصلت على أول كاميرا وهيك كنت أقدر أصور جبريل. أنا وزوجتي سوريا عندنا 4 أولاد. كل ولد من أولادنا أجا في مرحلة من مراحل حياتنا. كل ولد عاش طفولة مختلفة عن الثاني. محمد الكبير ولد سنة 1995، أيام الأمل اللي صاحبت أكيد وشي والأولى. في بداية ولادته كان كل شي مفتوح، كنا نروح على البحر كل صيف. ياسين انولد بعد فترة انتظار 3 سنين. سنة 2000 مع بداية الانتفاضة ولد تقي الدين. نفس اليوم كان المستشفى مليان شهداء ومصابين. عاش طفولته في الحصار الطويل اللي كان مفروض على الضفة الغربية في هذيك الأيام. في 2005 ولد ابنه الرابع جبريل. من أيام ما كنت صغير لحد يوم ولادة جبريل المستوطنات كانت أقرب وأقرب. أراضي زراعية أكثر وأكثر بتتصادم عشان يسكنوا المستوطنين فيها. استوطنت مدعين عليتها الشديدة وضاعف عدد سكانها في 5 سنين. الجدار معمول على أساس يحمي المستوطنين ويفصلهم عنهم، لكنه مبني بعيد من المستوطنة قريب جدا من بلعين. قاموا بمصادرة أراضي أكثر من القرى المحيطة.
ليش الأولاد يطلعوا اليوم عماد؟ ما لا نجيش في البلد.
أنا بصيرش في القرية على طول بحس إني لازم أصور. ولا مرة كنت أحلم إني أعمل أفلام، بس هلا بما إن عندي كاميرا الناس صارت تطلب مني أصور لهم المناسبات والأحداث المميزة اللي بتصير في القرية، وبالتالي صرت مصور بالعيد. بس كاميرتي ما بتشتغلش مني، الأشياء اللي بصورها بلزمها كاميرا قوية مش كاميرا ضعيفة. هذا اللي على الأرض صاحب الفيل، الأولاد بسموه الفيل، هذا اسم دلع يعني إليفانت. دائما بشوف الفيل بلف في البلد والأولاد حواليه. أنا بعتقد إنه الأولاد بحبوا كثير لأنهم بيشوفوا فيه أمل وسعادة كبيرة اللي من الصعب الأكيد من عند الإخطاء.
عصير وهي العصير ذهب بس مش اكل.
بيجي الخريف بتروح مكة زيتون في أرض ماء الواقع ورا مسار السياج الفاصل. أنا مرتبك شايف أخوي رياض بنضرب من هاي الناس، عم بخذني وقت لحين ما أنتبه إنه هاي وحدات خاصة من الجيش الإسرائيلي متنكرين بزي الفلسطينيين وحاشرين حالهم بينهم عشان يعملوا فوضى. بنبلش ننظم مظاهرات مع الناشطين الإسرائيليين اللي بنضموا
שלנו עד שהם סודיים, שהם לא יכולים לתת לכם, כי זה דברים שחשובים לנו בשביל לתת בתור דרישות. המבע הזאת זה בלעין, נכון?
חלק ממתקיהו זה היה על אדמות בלעין.
כן.
והחלק הזה בקריית ספר הוא על אדמות בלעין, ועכשיו התוכנית החדשה היא פה, על מגיעת עד, אתה רואה את זה? אנחנו רוצים לדע איך עברו האדמות שהם שמו יד בשם המנהל האזרחי על הקרקעות הזאת, איך הגיעו להתנחלות. אנחנו רוצים לדע איך זה הגיע.
החלטה ראשונה.
بعدين بنقرر انه كل اسبوع بعد صلاة الجمعة نحاول نوصل اراضينا ونعمل احتجاج.
أمر الصامتين في قرية بلين لا يصيبكم إلا ما كتبه الله لكم. ندعوكم نساء ورجالا وشيوخا وأطفالا من قرية بلين.
של בלעים. אתם גנבתם האדמה שלנו. לא יעשה ככה! אני אגיד לכל אחד, כולכם, אני אגיד לכם!
هذا أديب.
תעמדו בשקט!
أديب هذا دائما بتحين الفرص عشان يعمل مشهد.
يعني هذه الأرض ولدنا فيها وبنعيش وبنموت وسنظل مرابطين فيها من هلا مدى الحياة.
الشغل على السياج الفاصل مستمر بدون تأخير. لازم نضل متماسكين. الناس بتيجي تنضم إلنا من جميع أنحاء العالم، بيجوا مع أفكار مبدعة وأشكال جديدة للاحتجاج، يقفوا معنا في كل شيء بسيط. هذا اليوم انكسرت كاميرتي الأولى قنبلة غاز. مش عندي دخل أو عمل دايم، إذا الناس كثير في البلد رزق من الأرض. عشان أستمر في التصوير صديق إسرائيل اللي بيعطيني كاميرتي.
נקל לך את המצלמה, זה אין מה לעשות, זה ייפול לך אם אתה תלך עם זה, תרוץ עם זה בצילום, תלך עם זה, זה ייפול לך, זה לא מחזיק. וככה המצלמה בסדר, אני יודע.
بعد شهر أخويا بيخرج من السجن، وأول واحد من تم اعتقاله وقت ما بلشنا التظاهر.
بنظر لجبريل من خلال الكاميرا الشديدة، بحاول من خلال عينيه أكتشف العالم. بفضل ضغوطاتنا سمح لنا بشكل مؤقت أن نعبر للجانب الآخر. لما بلش جبريل يحكي أول كلماته كانت لحظة سحرية. شو
خلاص ما بعدوا.
وين رحت أنت؟
هلال.
جبار؟ تعال المطبخ.
وبدك الصراحة يعني اليوم المصيرة هاي اللي بتصير في بلدنا أحسن من كذا هسه.
ابعد ابعد. شو
برنامج يا رجلي ادخل شوف لا تسترمي شوف لا مساخة ما شو طعيم ذبحت يا زلمه ذبحت
خرج الفيل من السجن في نفس اليوم. أديب بيحتاج سنة عشان يستعيد عافيته، لكن هو مستمر. أنا والفيل وأديب نختلف عن بعض. خلال فترة المظاهرات ضد الجدار العازل قدرنا نبني علاقات عميقة تصير بيننا. وشوف من خلال عدسة الكاميرا ثبات أديب وروح فيل الحلوة، الاثنين عندهم طاقة قوية للحياة.
فيه الخوف والله مشينا من الخوف عرفتي يوم كان مطر كان شمس كل يوم بيطلعنا على التين.
ليش طيب طلعنا على التين؟ ليه بطلعنا على التين؟
والله انحرات.
تحويل الغضب لشيء إيجابي يحتاج قوة كبيرة. أنا والفيل كالكنين على أديب. محمد ابني الكبير بحب يصورني بالكاميرا. بنظر لصريا، هي فلسطينية ولكنها كبرت في البرازيل. بتحب تلقط زيتون وتشتغل في الأرض. هذا المطرح بربطنا مع بعض. الأرض مش بس بتطعمنا، الأرض بتوصلنا ببعض.
علشان إسرائيل تقدر تحتل أراضي تستخدم أساليب كثيرة. بعض هذه الأساليب حتى في قوانينهم مش قانونية، مثلا السماح للمستوطنين بأنهم يحطوا بيوت متنقلة على أراضي فلسطينية، واللي بيفرضوها علينا كأمر واقع، فبنحاول نمنعهم يحطوا بيوتهم المتنقلة.
אני מכיר אותך, הנה, אני אתבע אותך. אנחנו זה לא אלימות, אל תשתמש באלימות, בסדר?
في النهاية بيهاجمونا كلنا. بنفشل نمنع المستوطنين انهم يحطوا بيوتهم على الارض. انا بطلع على الفيل وجبريل، في اشي بربطهم ببعض، اشي اقوى من اني اقدر اشرحه.
كيف اللي بصير؟
والله اللي بتصير هذا يعني وابوك في الارض اسئله استاذ عماد. يعني عمرهم بيرجعوا الجدار قاعدين اذا رخصوا المستوطنه، اذا رخصوا المستوطنه خلص يعني شل مشاكلنا على الفاضي يعني كلها يعني. اطلع قول يا الله.
لما بنوصل المستوطنة بنشوف الضبع أخو الفيل عم يحاول يوقف البناء لوحده. الضبع مش شكله قلقان كثير، كمان محافظ على ابتسامته الطفولية.
אני אתבע אתכם, אני אתבע אתכם. אני צלם עיתונאי, מותר לי להיות בכל מקום. הם תוקפים אותי, מה הבעיה? אני צלם. אני אתלונן עליכם לפי חוק. אני צלם.
הוא מצלם, נשמע לו את העצמות עם נגלת.
אתה צריך להגיד להם ללכת מפה. אנחנו לא עושים כלום. אנחנו לא עושים כלום.
מה נשמע גבר?
ليش الفوكس ليش هذا ليش؟
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday
فين جبريل؟ الأشهر بتمر وجبريل عم بيكبر وبصير حساس أكثر للعالم اللي حواليه. بالعين بتستمر بمظاهراتها أسبوع بعد أسبوع. مع إن جبريل صار بعمر اللي يسمح له يفهم يجي يحضر المظاهرة.
ما عزيز ثاني ما
يشوف ناس بيعرفهم يتم اعتقالهم بدون ما يفهم ليش. جعفر هو أخوي الثالث اللي بيعتقلوه.
سدوا الشبابيك سدوا.
بعدين أجوا من الدنيا وصاروا وبعدين أجت من ورا وأنا خفت. وأنا ما خفتش. سوى خفت قدام في راس أبوي.
وأنت ما خفتش منهم؟ ما خفتش في ساعة ياخذوك تنطلقوا بالسيارة؟ ما خفتش يا جبريل؟ من عشان تشي من البسات ما اعترف عليك الغاز. طيب انت بطل يلا.
لا
بطل.
ما فيا.
شوفي.
خلولا.
بشرة جبريل كثير حساسة، حتى ليفة الحمام بتعلم على ظهره. أتأمل إنه بشرته تخشن بسرعة.
خلاص خلاص يا ماما. كل ودعني وياه يلا.
الجيش بيدخل بيتعمق أكثر وأكثر داخل البلد، يحاول يمنع الناس من إنها تروح على المظاهرات. لما أصور الكاميرا بتعطيني إحساس بإني محمي، بس هذه أوهام. أنا بصور اعتقال أخوي خالد. أبوي وأمي بيحاولوا يوقفوا الجبات. بفكر شو لازم أعمل. لازم أكون مقتنع إن مثل هيك لقطات راح يكون لها أهمية. حكيت الجيش بيجي في الليل بالأخص للأولاد. هذه طريقتهم عشان يجبرونا نوقف الاحتجاجات.
Welcome to the club. يلا كراسة خلود فوق.
وين رايح؟ وين رايح؟ وين؟
على الجدار.
ليش؟
عشان يصدر مغول.
ليش راح الجدار؟
عشان ناخذ أرضنا.
ليش راح الجدار؟
عشان ناخذ أرضنا خذوها الجيش. عشان
باش نخلصوا نرجعوا معايا لغدا.
هم اللي خايفين منا طلع جايبين كنابل لأولاد صغار.
الشامة أمارة أنا بني أنت هون في أبني زيك فاركتان كل إسرائيلي مش زيك فار كل إسرائيلي زي إسرائيلي أنت شنو إحنا إسرائيليين أولاد العم يعني أو حبيبي أنت ليك وإحنا ليك الكفار شلانو ولا تمام يريد نقوم بإسرائيلي كوشي
وطول عمر دعتنا يصل السليم. أني أعتنا فاني ببايت شليم. مركز الشرطة حكت معي والتأمين بضرب الجار.
نو شو
صار خفيفة. 6 أسابيع مساعدة المحامي. أفرجوا عني مع قرار الإقامة الجبرية. أنا لحالي في بيت خارج العيد. الكاميرا كانت الشيء الوحيد تقريبا اللي كانت
جرب انا اشوف المنشير اللي وسعوا من الجيب. والله فتح اوكي.
أول مصر فيها مسدد. الوقت المسيح دلوقتي.
الطبيعة بتجدد نشاطي. أنا أفكر إنه عندي هدف في هذا العالم، الطريق اللي ماشي فيه حتى لو كان الثمن غالي. أي تفضل. بعد عدة أسابيع برجع بالعيد ملف الدمغ، لكن أقول إنهم ضيعوا الأدلة والإثباتات.
يعطيك اللي فاني عدونا بمطار سليم لا تل تستحق موجود.
يسعدني إني ألاقي الناس لسه بتلاقوا مع بعض في المركز.
שבעצם כל הבנייה לאישור של התוכנית היו לא חוקיים. הצלחנו להוציא.
אתה כרגע עובר על צד שטח צבאי סגור, אני מבקש לך להפסיק את התפקיד. والله לא אמרת עיתונאי אסור לצלם.
לא עכשיו, שטח צבאי סגור, אסור חמצנה. זה בדיוק מה שזה אומר, תוריד את המצלמה.
אני עיתונאי ואני בבית שלי ומותר לי לצלם.
תוריד את המצלמה, על פי פקודה. זה הכל, תוריד את המצלמה. יפה, תוריד, לגמרי, תפנה אותה לקיר ותניח אותה שם. תן אותה, תניח אותה לקיר.
Abah tak bayang lagi. Tapi Abah bayang.
مركز الشرطة حققوا معي واتهموني إني بضرب جار. قضيت في السجن فترة. بعد عدة أسابيع ومساعدة المحامي أفرجوا عني مع قرار بالإقامة الجبرية. أنا لحالي في بيت خارج بالعين. الكاميرا كانت الإشي الوحيد تقريبا اللي أخذته معي.
ويدبر إيدها يصير يدبر إيدها
אני פסיכולוג, ואני עושה חוות דעת בבית משפט. ככה זה כל הזמן מצלם?
אוקיי, אני יודע, אני מצלם כל הזמן. אני מזמן לצלם. הייתי בכלא, עכשיו במעצר. כל פעם אין לי מה לעשות. בא לי לצלם משהו לראות.
الطبيعة بتجدد نشاطي. أنا بفكر إنه عندي هدف في هذا العالم، الطريق اللي ماشي فيه حتى لو كان الثمن غالي. مكتوب علي تفضل. بعد عدة أسابيع برجع بالعيد، ملفي تم إغلاقه، أقول إنهم ضيعوا الأدلة والإثباتات. بسعدني إني ألاقي الناس لسه بتلاقوا مع بعض في المركز.
במהלך הפעילות המשפטית נגד הגדר נודעו לנו כל מיני דברים לגבי הגורל של האדמות האלה שאמורות להיות בצד המערבי של הגדר. מה שאנחנו גילינו זה שבעצם כל הבנייה והאישור של התוכנית היו לא חוקיים. הצלחנו להוציא צו של בית משפט שמפסיק את כל הבנייה ואוסר אכלוס של הבתים.
أنت روح على المسيرة.
Não, mas hoje é aí, mas rata não aí tu vai. Já fez o que não, hoje não vai, não precisa. Aí eu estou fazendo arte, o leão ainda não corre na barra. O leão é aí, nasce na cira. Já que tira ali sarfina. Ela يوم العيد وقعد. شوف التصوير يا عماد.
لازم أستمر بالتصوير. يا دوبك سامع إشي ما عدا صوت فيل جنبي.
شغال لحد ما تسمع.
يمكن إنها تكون كاميرتي الثالثة أنقذت حياتي. الرصاصة لسه مزروعة فيها كتذكير قديش الحياة هشة.
ساعات ما شفتش شيء أبصر أشوف.
ليش؟
أنا بسوي.
وينك تروح؟ لازم ألاقي قوة داخلية عشان أقدر أستمر. كل الأشياء المنيحة اللي بنحب نعملها. ربيع قوم. الزمن بمر والناس لسه بتيجي تتظاهر كل يوم جمعة، لكن مع تقدم بناء الجدار باتجاه كرة ثانية الناس بتحس إنه ما في إشي ممكن يوقف الاحتلال من الاستمرار. بالتالي قررت إن أعمل إشي عشان أرفع معنوياتهم. عرض المشاهد اللي بصورها بسمح للناس بأنها تتفرج على اللي بصير مع أخذ مسافة منه. بفكر إنه هذا بيساهم في خلق حالة تضامن بيننا، بشجعنا على مساندة ودعم كرة ثانية عشان تبدأ وتحتاج. من 2008 صار في كثير قرى في جميع أنحاء الضفة الغربية اللي بتأخذ نضال بالعين كنموذج لشكل جديد من المقاومة. الحكومة الإسرائيلية خايفة إنه الاحتجاجات تتحول لانتفاضة ثالثة. الجيش بتعرض لضغوط. قتل واحد في قرية معلين القريبة، فكنا كلنا رحنا نواسيهم وندعمهم. وسط هالمومعة في نعلين بيعتكلوا الضبع وبطخوه في رجله. الجنود بيستعملوا كميات كبيرة من الغاز والرصاص الحي. حطوا قناصة حوالين البلد.
كفروا علينا، قدر لنا أن نعيش من نعلين لا بالعين، من نعلين لا بالعين، شعب واحد ما بيلين، شعب واحد ما بيلين، ومن نعلين لا بيروت، من نعلين لا بيروت، ومن نعلين لا بيروت، من نعلين لا بيروت، شاهد في الجنة أكيد، وابنك في الجنة أكيد.
ولد عمره 11 سنة بنقتل في نعلين، القناصين بطخوه جنب بيته. جنازته مباشرة ولد عمره 17 سنة كمان بنقتل. الإصرار على مثاليات المقاومة العنفية مش إشي بسيط. لما الموت يكون محاصرك من كل ناحية. هاي اللقطات تذكرني بأشياء قديمة، ذكريات اللي بفضل أخليها بعيدة عن أولادي. الخطر عم بقرب أكثر، بفكر بأولادي، بدي أحميهم، بس الاحتلال دائما قادر إنه يفاجئنا. لازم يكونوا رجال جامدين. الفيل هو الوحيد اللي لسه متفائل، زي اسم الفيل اللي قوته بتكمن بجلد السميك الغليظ، لكن في الحقيقة هو شخص لطيف. بعطيك إحساس إنه الأشياء راح تمشي تمام. وبعدها بتجينا الأخبار الحلوة. جهودنا بعززها قرار محكمة إسرائيلية بتفكيك جزء من الجدار الفاصل.
وافتحوا شوفوا الأخبار، وافتحوا شوفوا الأخبار.
قرروا ينتقموا منا في الليل.
فلسطين حركوها، هذول اخونا. شو هذا محمد واليهود؟ الزيتون يعني الزيتون شو ذنبه؟ الشجره اللي بتسبح لربها شو ذنبها؟ يولعوها جبل من جواها. كيف يعني؟
بعد سنة من هذه اللحظة السعيدة ما في أي مؤشر على الأرض بالنسبة لتطبيق قرار المحكمة.
صار لنا 4 ساعات كان معوقين، 4 ساعات صار لنا معوقين.
Gabriel, no habíamos listo.
مش عارف وين أنا. جزء كبير من الأرض اتدمر. حاسس إني دايخ.
الظهر في بلعين يا ثورة شالت عودي وبالعين تقول.
في هذه اللحظة اتركت رموزهم بالجدار الفاصل. هذول هم آخر لقطات أخذتهم بكاميرا الرابعة اللي انكسرت. أنا على وشك أموت بدون ما أنا أو أي حدا يدرك. مش قادر أهرب من إحساسي إني عملت حادث بسبب الجدار، لكن اصطدامي فيه يمكن هو اللي أنقذ حياتي، لأن الجنود انجبروا يأخذوني أتعالج في داخل إسرائيل. وبعرف إن كل شيء مكتوب، بس في نفس الوقت لو كنت اتعالجت في مستشفى فلسطيني كانت حظوظي إني أعيش أقل. كان في إصابات وجروح في كل مكان من جسمي. بفقد وعي لمدة 20 يوم. لما بصحى بالمستشفى في تل أبيب، إسرائيل كانت بتبلش هجومها الشامل على غزة في نهاية عام 2008. علاجي في هذا المستشفى كان نقطة ببحر بالنسبة للعنف. بعد شهرين رجعت على العين بس بدون ما حدا يحتفل فيه، لأن الناس كانت في حداد على غزة.
بابا
شو يا جبريل؟
اليوم احنا جايين هنا عشان نوري اننا احنا لنا حرية وان احنا بنعرف نلعب.
الدكاترة بيحكوا مش حقدر بعد اليوم أشتغل شغل فيه حركة بدنية، بما إني مش مواطن إسرائيلي. فواتير المستشفى كبيرة، لازم ألاقي تمويل علشان أكمل علاجي. السلطة الفلسطينية ما بدهاش تاخذ الحادث بعين الاعتبار كجزء من المقاومة. لما الواحد ما بيكونش منسجم مع رمز المقاومة بصف وحيد. في كثير ناس بتستعمل رموز المقاومة عشان ينتفعوا سياسيا، سواء كان الرمز بقص بالعين أو رمز الدولة الفلسطينية. بالعين هالكيت عم تجذب سياسيين من جميع التيارات. أنا بصور كيف أديب يطلع من ورا، متأكد إنه مش حابب اللي بيصير.
لهذه البلدة المناضلة التي أثبتت.
بفضل أكون مع المناضلين الحقيقيين.
حكيت انا يا ابو محمد ما فيش هيك ارض هنا جوا الجدار ولا
لا ولا شيء.
ما فيش هيك تقدرش تسوي زي
يا زلمه يمكن في بنى على الارض اللي تبعتنا، في بنى
ما فيش زي ولا شيء بيطلعوه.
شو اللي راح عيد
يا سلام انت
عيد. بس انا بدي اقول لك شغله واحده، يعني لو متر واحد يرجعوا الجدار انجاز 100%. يعني صرنا 4 سنوات قاعدين بنباطع خليه يرجع. واحد
يتم السماح لمستوطنين شداد إنهم يدخلوا البنايات اللي واقعة على الأراضي اللي مفترض إنها مش هترجع مع إذن من المحكمة الإسرائيلية.
מה לא לעשות? מגיעים מיטות, מזרונים, מזוזה לשים בדלת, לקחת את החזקה לדירה.
أنا بطلع على الفيل وهو بيحضر فوتبول مع الأولاد في البيت خلف الجدار، دائما متمسك بأحلامه إنه يصلح العالم. لكن الأحلام ممكن تكون خطرة كثير. جبريل عمره هالكيت 4 سنين في مقاومة بالعين، والحماية الوحيدة اللي بقدر أقدم له إياها هي إني أخليه يشوف كل إشي، إنه يواجه مشاعره. راح تنضج لما يفهم قديش الحياة ممكن تكون صعبة.
تمشي طبعا عملتك وتكفيت حتى شوية على الزيت الكهرباء كان شيء ولا شوية على الزيت
هذيك الأيام ما كنتش فاهم كيف الموت كان لهذه الدرجة قريب مني. وضحت الصور لما انقتل الفيل.
امبولانس امبولانس فين فين الفيل اساسينو ولا جيبه لا جاي جيبه
بالليل ضبع بعلق صور أخوه الشهيد. كل البلد مصدوم.
قال يا قوم اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره أفلا تتقون. قال الملأ الذين كفروا من قال يا قوم ليس بي سفاهة ولكني رسول من رب العالمين. قالوا أجئتنا لنعبد الله وحده وندع ما كان يعبد آباؤنا حضورا وتنحتون الجبال بيوتا فالقرآن
يمكن بس الأولاد اللي كانوا أصحاب الفيل مثل أولادي لسه مش مصدقين ودعوه، بس راح يأخذ أسابيع على بين ما عواطف الكره والغضب تطلع من جوا. لما حدا بيموت الغضب بيكون كبير كثير، المشاعر بتتفجر في داخلنا، الناس بحسوا حالهم جاهزين ليموتوا بعد.
كويس انا باين على دمشلانو كويس
يابا طبعا الجيش بالموس معطهم
يابا بحبسوني يابا بطخوني.
هو بظل الجيش
ولا بظل الجيش. بعدين ليش بدهم معطهم؟
عشان تخوفيني، بلاش تخوفي. شو خايفين في الجيش؟ شو خاصة يا ما؟
كل واحد بيخسر طفولته في مرحلة معينة، مثل ضبع اللي خسر ابتسامته الطفولية. لكن في الوقت اللي بنمحى فيه كل جزء من طفولتنا، اللي بظل
ثورية، كل القوة الثورية، غزة وضفة الغربية، غزة وضفة الغربية، غزة وضفة الغربية.
أنا بفكر في الأطفال اللي مثل ابن جبريل، مثل ابن أدي، يوم ما اعتقلوا أبوه وأخذوه على السجن. شو راح يعملوا عشان يقدروا يتحملوا كل غضب؟
لا توكل على
بعد فترة قصيرة بعثوا لي مذكرة اعتقال.
شو كان هناك؟ شو بدك تسوي؟
شو بدي أساوي؟
ما شوفي شو بيصير فينا من ورا هذا التصوير، من ورا شغلات شوفي وكم بيجوا بيعتقلوكم جد عماد. بتعرفي الشيخ هذول بيفجروا وكم باخذوكم جد، شو بدنا نسوي انا والاولاد عماد؟ شو بنسوي كم بيجوا جد؟ انت شفت شو بيصير فيك عماد، شوفي وبتتعلمش عشان من مرة قلت لك خلص بتشوفي تصوير عماد، بتشوفي ليش انت بتبطلش عماد؟ نقعدك ليه تعمل عند اولادك اشتغل شغل تاني، ليش مختوي في هالشغله الخدة؟ ليش عماد؟ وكم بيجوا جد شو بدنا نسوي؟ شو انا بدي اسوي عماد؟ والاولاد اذا بطلت اقدر اتحمل، صار مره صار مرتين، بقدرش اتحمل مره ثالثه. وقف من هالشغله عماد، بتشفي خلص بتشفي فحول انا بكيت مريض بس قاعده بتشفي التصوير هنا.
لا بس عشان الواحد مثل كامل.
عماد شو بتسوي؟ عماد شو بتسوي؟ شو؟ بشوف اليوم انت جيت يا عماد. ليش؟
بهدوا في الجدار.
والله بالجدار؟
هاي بهدوا بالجدار.
يعني فيش كثير كاس اليوم؟
فيش غاز.
فيش غاز؟ لأول مرة من 5 سنين؟ خلاص. يا جماعة
سرعة رصاصة M16 في 853 متر في الثانية. الرصاصة بتوخذ 3 أجزاء الثانية فتوصل كاميرتي. بهاي اللحظة السريعة قبل ما التجربة تصير مجرد ذكرى، كل شي كنت أعرفه راح. مر أكثر من سنة وأديب في السجن. بعد 5 سنين ومع ضغط النضال الشعبي قرار المحكمة بدأ يأخذ حيز التنفيذ. تم تفكيك الجدار. هذا انتصار صغير للقرية. صاروا بانيين جدار اسمنتي ثاني على أراضي القرية. دي أراضي راح ترجع لأصحابها، بس بالعين راح تستمر بمقاومة الجدار الشديد. الأجدرة ممكن تنكام، بس الأرض دائما هي اللي بتحمل آثار الجروح. جبريل بتحول من رضيع لولد، هذا معناه إنه البراءة بتروح. النضج السريع هذا بدأ يكمل شوي.
عقبال 103 سنين.
الشفاء هو التحدي في هذه الحياة. الشفاء هو التزام الضحية الوحيد. أنت بتقاوم القهر بالشفاء. بس لما أنجرح كمان وكمان بنسى هاي الجروح اللي بتتحكم بالحياة. الجروح المنسية ما بتشفى، لهيك أنا بصور عشان أشفى.
يلا
أنا بعرف إنهم بجوز يدقوا عبابي في أي دقيقة، بس راح أضل أصور. هذا بيساعدني إني أواجه الحياة وأضل عايش.
ريال انتوا على البحر. ورغدنا على البحر.
في آخر جلسة علاج في تل أبيب انسمح لجبريل وتكي الدين إنهم يجوا معي.
ليش انت متشيد؟ ليش مبسوط؟
POV wants to hear your point of view. Visit.
Okey, itu tadi 90 minit kita menonton filem Five Broken Camera yang diarahkan oleh brother Ahmad Bernard dan juga Guy Davidi. And it happened that Ahmad Bernard all the way from Ramallah City, village Berlin. How are you? Assalamualaikum, brother. Your mic should be unmute.
Your mic.
Your mic, Mr. Imad. Your microphone.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you for being with us. I suppose that you are behind time by 5 hours, yeah?
Yeah, I am happy to be with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'm with you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you.
Yeah. Okay, we are also having Mr. Muslim Imran from PICOM, that is Palestinian Cultural Organization of Malaysia. How are you, Mr. Muslim?
Good, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to you all.
Okay, thank you. Before we further ado, I would like to brief a little bit the background of this movie and of course our event organized by Docmal. Actually, it's not organized by Docmal. We are having our organizer ataupun our rakan kolaborasi is a friendship collaboration, which is we are very happy to mention that we are having a University Science Islam Malaysia with us. It's a faculty of leadership and management, faculty pengurusan dan kepimpinan. I mentioned it wrongly, yeah. Is a faculty kepimpinan dan pengurusan University Science Malaysia. I think we are having Dr. Ayu, Dr. Rosidayu Sabran, dan juga we are having the ketua program Dr. Nur Hayati Abdul Rahim. Thank you very much for being with us all this while. And then I am also very glad, very happy, very shukran to mention that we are having another co-organizer, that is Viva Palestina Malaysia. And the key person, the orang kuat, is with us now, Puan Sri Norma Hasim. Hi, Puan Sri. Your mic,
Hello.
Puan Sri.
Thank you for showing this. Yeah. Hi, Imad. Hello.
Hi.
So you and Imad have been in contact since 2014. I believe that Imad was here.
Yeah. Yes. Long time ago. And but the story is still there, right? It's still like this, and we still need to work hard to free Palestine. Yeah. And end this occupation. This is our work now for many years, and hope we all don't give up and do more.
Inshallah, Puan Sri. Yeah. So as we know, it is Viva Palestina Malaysia is a Malaysian non-governmental organization, NGO. We strive to provide an advocacy group for the Palestinian people and support in raising funds to finance various medical, education, microfinancing, housing, and agricultural projects in Palestine. Anything you want to add for that, Puan Sri?
No, we've been fundraising also because of the attacks on Gaza. So, alhamdulillah, we managed to raise quite a lot of funds, and we are doing many projects there to rebuild. We have rehoused the people whose homes have been destroyed. We have paid for medical attention, and we're rebuilding even schools as well, and providing water desalination plants for clean water. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we also want to also focus on some work in the West Bank, where it is, and Jerusalem, because those areas are also constantly under oppression. They all are suffering, especially with recent, many people have been arrested, and it's very tough now. I think Imad can talk about it more.
Okay, all right, Imad, I will pick up on that later on. So berat mata memandang, berat lagi bahu yang memikul, ya Puan Sri?
Yes, true. It's true. We all need to do our part. Inshallah, we can all work together.
All right, let's pray for that. Yes. And then we are very happy to have Viva Palestina, the famous Viva Palestina Malaysia, with us today. And then I think we are also having Datuk Tuan Asmawi, Tuan Omar. Are you here, Datuk Tuan Asmawi? Your microphone, please.
Okay, I'm here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asadallahu awqatakum bil
Datuk,
khair.
buka kamera.
Oh, kamera. Okay, baik.
Your handsome face tu.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright. Okay, so all the way from masjid ke dari mana ni?
Yes, in masjid. Federal
Alright.
Tertiary Mosque. Jalan Tunku Abdul Halim.
Okay, thank you. Alright, so before we proceed within the discussion, I would like to bacakan, to read about Ahmad Bernard. We are very happy that we having himself the director. It's not that easy. Finally, through Viva Palestina Malaysia, have been assisting us a lot on getting him. Finally, Mr. Ahmad, throughout what the painstaking you have been going through, the challenges, we can understand that. I believe that you must be very in a very down situation right now after your nephews, 3 of them being detained by the Israel's army, and then I heard that one of your nephews being shot dead over the head during the demonstration recently. So this is something that we are very sympathy, and what more we can do is praying, and inshallah through a certain platform we will try to assist Palestinian, our brothers. Ahmad is a Palestinian filmmaker and photographer. I believe that he is also a farmer, or he was a farmer. He is the storyteller and director on the first ever Palestinian to be nominated for the best documentary feature over the Oscar. This is fantastic. The critically acclaimed 5 Broken Cameras. This is a deeply personal through Ahmad's experience living under occupation. From his point of view, it is the first-hand account of life and non-violent resistance in Berlin. How do I pronounce that? Berlin, is it?
Bil'ain.
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 Okay, I apologize. For that. Okay, Dr. Tuan Ismail boleh bercakap Arab. Later on, we would like to hear the Arabic speaking among the 3 of them. Okay, a West Bank village surrounded by Israeli settlement. The documentary was shot by Ahmad Bernard, who bought his first camera in 2005 to record the birth of his youngest son, Gabriel. The film won more than 40 awards around the world, and had very strong impact among them. Emmy, Sundance film, and then of course the Oscar. Even though they're losing to the gatekeepers, but it's still a movie that Malaysia won't be sitting to that level yet. Inshallah in future. Okay, Ahmad been touring the world, screening the film, telling his story and his people story to many festivals and conferences, university, school, colleges around the globe. So this is a very brief. I think it's a very lengthy one. If I would like to tell more about Ahmad, okay. And then we are going to do this about 1 hour or a bit extending. We are trying to stop by 5 or 5:30. Inshallah, I believe that this is going to be a very interesting one, since we are getting all sorts of people around the world. And talking about around the world, we are also having Auda, Puan Nur Ain dari Regal Blue. Hi Puan Nur Ain, I would like to hear a voice from Brunei. Darussalam. Puan Nur Ain ataupun Auda Nur Ain ialah Tuan punya Regal Blue, isteri kepada Auda Halif. Yes, Puan Nur Ain, are you there? And then we are also having Mr. Eddie daripada Aceh. Mr. Eddie daripada Aceh, are you there? If I would like to hear something from you. Or Major Masrina Jamaluddin just left, Okay, we are having also Nick Jasmine Hero. All right, but these are the people that I'm just telling offhand because we are so happy. Okay, I would like to just a quick pointer within the 3 panelists and myself, that we will mainly discussing about the aspect of the movie making. So of course we are having a very high sentiment on Palestinians, since we are all on the same platform. But Docmal, as far as Docmal is concerned, we are more on talking about documentary. I believe that I've been sharing this with Mr. Muslim. He said no problem about that. And of course our Ahmad will be sharing about his throughout doing the film. Okay. I would like to start with Ahmad. Mr. Ahmad Bernard, how is, the situation right now at your West Bank?
Assalamualaikum. everybody. I am very to meet you all, and I hope you in person in your country or in my country, Palestine. First of all, I want to thank you all for coming and for watching my film, and especially I want to thank Brother Zaki for organizing this session and the screening, and our sister Norma. Thank you, Norma, for doing this and supporting us and supporting Palestine for all for many years. And you are Viva Palestine is supporting Palestine and in Gaza and the people here always and looking for the people in Palestine. So I was so happy to be with you in Kuala Lumpur in 2014 and to meet you in person and to know you. And so it's very happy to be here with you, all of you, today. So as you know, the situation in Palestine now is, as the news, it's not sometimes there's not all the truth what you see in Palestine. So the situation in Palestine is more and more difficult and more complicated. So we are facing here the West Bank and Gaza. So especially in the West Bank, I live in the West Bank in small village, not far from Jerusalem, 30 kilometers from Jerusalem, but I am not allowed to go to Jerusalem, to go to Al-Aqsa Mosque to pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque. So the situation in the West Bank is very complicated and very, very bad because of the violence of the army, the Israeli army, and the violence of the soldiers and the settlers against the peoples and their homes and their lands and their land. So just last month during the war in Gaza, as you see, you know how been attacked very strong the people in Gaza and many people got killed, many children, and also here in the West Bank people got killed and people every day getting arrested. So in my village, one of my family child, 15 years old, was killed. One police
MashaAllah.
during the peaceful demonstration. One of my family, 15 years old. Two of my nephew were arrested during the night. The soldiers and the army invaded the village, invaded their homes and destroyed their homes, and they arrested them. So every day, every night, we see violence. We see how the occupation is putting more pressures and more violence against the people, and we don't see any reaction from outside or from Arabs country or from to stop this and to make real decision to stop the occupation doing what they are doing and to stop the occupation. So we are the people in Palestine. We are facing with the occupation without any help, without any support from the Western country. They are not doing nothing for the Palestinian people. We just hear speech and talk and nothing on the ground. So we see more violence, more killing, and more people getting arrested. So inshallah, the situation we ask God. So we ask God the situation will be inshallah.
Okay, right. I don't know what more that I can say. Is either my I mean, fortunately, I've been to Palestine, I've been to Jericho, I've been to Gaza in 1994 to do shooting for my Majalah Tiga, and then I have the same feeling of what was the situation during that particular time. In fact, I went underground, Masjid Al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock, so it was really very tense over there, and it's very unfair, it's very discriminated, and then I believe how the Palestinians they can survive, they can sustain to this point by the moment. I don't know what else to say. Okay, Puan Nur Ain, Auda Nur Ain, I'm coming back to you. How are you, Puan Nur Ain daripada Regal Blue, Brunei Darussalam? Hai. Hai.
Hai, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Assalam.
Ya,
Bunyi
okey.
ayam tu tinggal kat mana tu?
Ya,
Tinggal kat mana bunyi ayam tu?
bunyi ayam. Tak ada, mungkin dari TV kot.
Okay. Thank you for being with us, Puan.
Yeah.
Auda.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine actually.
Alright, thank you.
Ya, Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I hope to hear and learn from this session a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please stay tuned.
InsyaAllah. Thank you.
Thank you, Auda Puan Nur Ain. Maybe the big guns at Brunei. If you're talking about production video or even something sort of that. Thank you very much. Our salam to your husband Halif. All right. Okay. So we are having Mr. Basha Nokia. Is a Muslim Imam, brother from PICOM. He is the pengerusi or chairman of a Palestinian Cultural Organization Malaysia. Hi, how are you? First of all, Mr. Muslim, what do you think of that documentary just now that we watched?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brother Zaki, Datu Asmawi, Puan Sri Norma, and especially Brother Imad. I have watched this documentary some 5-6 years ago when Viva Palestina hosted Brother Imad and broadcast the film. And I think this is a very important and essential contribution to the Palestinian people and their resistance. We have, for so many decades, been the subject of Israeli attacks, Israeli persecution, Israeli settler colonialism, and most of the time our narrative was absent. Our stories were absent from international media. I mean, you look at mainstream media, it was only in very recent years that they started to listen to the Palestinian voices. You look at the world of cinema, especially international cinema, we are almost absent, if not demonized. I still remember, for instance, a very famous cartoon show. You all know it, I'm sure. Family Guy. In Family Guy, in one of the scenes, the main character is asleep and is awakened by his Palestinian alarm clock. The Palestinian alarm clock says Allahu Akbar and blows itself up. So to hundreds or tens of millions of American laymen who watch this show, the Palestinians are synonymous with bombings, with killings. And Allah Akbar itself, see the Islamophobia also, Allah Akbar is synonymous with bombings and killing. What Imad has done in this movie and in the few other movies that have been produced, especially the most recent one, The Present, which was also nominated for Farah Nabulsi, nominated for international prizes. What they have done is that they have told the world our story. We don't have to wait the CNN and the BBC to tell us and to tell the world our own stories. No, they have told the world our own vernacular native stories, and this is a very important work. So I highly appreciate this contribution, and I think a lot more is to be done. If you do a very simple Google search for films about the Holocaust,
you
find a very long list, an endless list. Look at the Wikipedia list, for instance. Hundreds of movies, documentaries, Hollywood movies, etc. And movies produced everywhere, as far as the Czech Republic, Armenia, I mean, you name it. But when you do the same search for Nakba is the most detrimental event in modern Palestinian history. It is the root cause. It is the reason why we are actually suffering in the West Bank, in Gaza, in diaspora, in Jerusalem. How many movies do you find? You won't find it on Wikipedia. That's number one. You will find a few lists talking about movies and documentaries about the Arab-Israeli conflict in general. Very little works. So what is happening now is an important a change that we highly welcome as Palestinian activists. We have been struggling to tell our stories to the world, but 1.5 hours of cinema work, yeah, like what, 5 broken camera in 90 plus minutes, you tell the world the whole story. At the present, for instance, Farah Nabulsi's recent work, 25 minutes, I think, you tell the world your story in very, a brief show. So this is very important, and I really appreciate the initiative that Docmal has taken, the interest in the Palestinian issue, because in recent weeks we've seen a lot of talks and discussions about the political aspects of Palestinian life. Well, the Palestinians are normal human beings, and these works of cinema and documentaries are trying to actually tell the world that the Palestinians are normal humans, just like you and me. The international mainstream media, the Israeli propaganda has demonized us, has actually removed the human dimension from our existence. This initiative, this discussion that we're having right now, the movie that was just aired, 5 Broken Cameras, and others, are a counter argument, are an effort in the right direction to tell the world that Palestinian lives matter, Palestinians deserve to be heard, their problem deserves to be addressed, and their struggle, their resistance will eventually bear fruits, and they will eventually get their freedom. The scenes that we've seen, yeah. Back to you.
Mr. Imran, Mr. Muslim. So thank you very much. I very sorry that I need to stop you by that point. Anyway, just to mention to others, Mr. Muslim have been here in Malaysia for more than 10 years, 11 years exactly. He has been happily married to a Sarawakian lady, a pretty one, and then right now he is a scholar of undergraduating PhD at UIA. Good luck to you, Mr. Muslim, and I believe that there will be more interesting experiences and sharings that we would like to discuss with us later on. And normally, Mr. Muslim have been discussing, sharing about the history of conflicts, and then maybe a bit of sentiment on the future Palestinian. But this time we are forcing Mr. Muslim to get into the platform of talking about the movie. But of course, we would like to touch on the situation also later on. Okay, thank you. We are having Datuk Tuan Asmawi, Tuan Omar, that is ahli lembaga pengarah Kesatuan Ulama Palestin Asia Tenggara. And then semalam kita cuba nak dapatkan TYT Duta Palestin, Datuk. But I believe that dia jawab your message tu, dia kata he cannot make it. Okay, silakan Datuk. I mean an introduction from you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wa assalallahu awqatakum bikulli khair. Terima kasih. Thank you very much to our brother Zaki Ibrahim for kindly inviting me and to join this forum. Niyabatan an nafsi, allow me to speak in Arabic for our 2 brothers.
Yes,
silakan. أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم على حضوركم جميعا إلى هذا اللقاء الودي. إن شاء الله ممكن سنناقش يعني تفصيليا عن إنتاج وإخراج الفيلم الوثائقي الذي فاز به السيد عماد برنات بحول تقريبا 40 جائزة على المستوى العالمية والدولية. أهنئكم جميعا بالنيابة عن هيئة علماء فلسطين في الخارج جنوب شرق آسيا. أنا أصلا مولود ملايويا، مولود من ماليزيا، ولكن طلبني أخينا الدكتور أحد أبو العطاء أن أكون أحد عضوا من هيئة علماء فلسطين في الخارج جنوب شرق آسيا. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. I've been here on my position. I have 16 or 17 caps or roof. I got my roof to speak with, to talk with, because at the moment, for your information, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Muslim Imran, I spoke to His Excellency Mr. Walid Abu Ali, Ambassador of Palestine to Malaysia, since the aggressions of 10 days of within Ramadan, a couple of months, because we have been trying to accommodate Muslim Palestinian Palestine student in Malaysia, which is 1,500 person, if I'm not mistaken, to give them sponsorship in terms of study fees, and with the Department of Immigration to facilitate in interest of their well-being in Malaysia. Because we, as far as we are all concerned, Palestine and Malaysia are intertwined each other, because الدولة الفلسطينية والدولة ماليزيا التوأمان صدر كمبار. إن شاء الله ممكن بعد هذا اللقاء ممكن سنتصل مع أخ عماد ومع أخي مسلم عمران، وأنا كمان أكون في مجال معلق خلفي في في 9 دول عربية. I'm also international voice-over talent in Arabic, Malay, English, and also Japanese. So as far as I don't know which stand I'm standing for, because I'm also Malaysian actor, the Malaysian religious clerics. I'm the only in Malaysia who get involved in the production industry. Sometimes I've been criticized over my fellow brothers. Since I'm working on the right path, I will proceed. I will resume my job as far as I'm concerned, which is related to our Muslim brothers around the world, especially in the state of Palestine. Actually, on behalf of myself, I would like to congratulate to the people of Palestine, especially our brother, His Excellency Mr. Walid Abu Ali, for giving me a great appreciation and honor to name me as son of Palestine, Ibn Palestine. The embassy, His Excellency said, what did you get? You assisted us. So I said, I had nothing I had no hidden agenda behind this. All this I'm doing for the state of Palestine, because I want to join in the way of doing good for the sake of our Muslim brothers in the state of Palestine. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dato. Thank you, Dato. Thank you. I'll come back to you. Okay, I'm coming to Mr. Imad, the person that we are looking forward. All right. There was a quotation, in fact, from yourself. Every camera is an episode of my life. Could you please elaborate on that, Imad?
Yes. You know, the camera for me was my friend and was my weapon. So I use the camera to document and to film what's going on my village, to document my friends, the struggle in my village during you know, it took me to more than 6 years to make this film, 5 broken cameras. So I was filming the struggle in my village and the violence from the side, the soldiers. I was filming my kids and my family. So for me, the camera was my friend and my very strong weapon. So for the other side, for the soldiers and for the army, the camera, it's for them is they try to stop the camera and to stop me many times by shooting my camera or by shooting, and I was arrested several times when I was filming. So it was very hard, and many they put many pressures on me to stop me. So I lost the first camera, but I decided to continue because I'm doing this for my country and for my land. And this is my part of the struggle, to film and to document and to protect my my village, to protect my friends, the people around me, to protect my land with my weapon, with my camera. So I lost my camera, and the first camera, you know, is every camera has a story, and the story continues. So I brought another camera and another camera. So in the end, it was the film, 5 broken cameras, and by losing five cameras, And after many years of filming and the situation and the struggle in my village and my life, and working on this film, so it is, it's not like other films. I wanted to tell my story for the people. I wanted to tell my story for the world, from my experience, through my story, through my family, through the eyes of my kids, Jibril. So it was very strong and very touching for everyone who have seen the film around the world. I've been screening the film around all the world, as you said. Many, it's what's important that millions of people around the world the film, and many people open their eyes. This will open eyes of many people around the world. So it's different when you see the media, the stream media, as our brother Bashar said. It's not the same thing when you tell your story and it is real. You live the reality every day, every night, and you show this reality and your story, your people's story to the world. It's a different language of telling the story of all the Palestinian people, the story of all our struggle, our life in Palestine. So yes, and the media here decided to make the film, this film, and to tell my story, because we must tell our stories before others check them. We don't control the media in the world. Who control the media? Israel is very strong, controlling the media over all the world, and you don't see the truth, or you see one side of the story, and you see violence in the media, and you see something. They want to show you just one side, but they want to show you. And for the people who see the film by broken cameras, there's many stories. People telling me that this film opened my eyes. I didn't know this is happening in Palestine. And for the many people, it was very touching and moving for them. And the film changed many people over all the world. And still, we are more than 9 years now, and people are watching the film. Many people sending me they want to show the film, and still getting attention this film, because it's real story. It's through our life, through our experience. It's the reality.
Okay, Imad. So yeah, we are getting you. Michael Moore said you are the man without a training, and that's amazing. So I think it's true. You did not have a proper training at all on video making. What makes you like to deal with camera, and then you are keeping on capturing whatever happened in front of your eyes, Imad?
This was my part of to participate with my people, with my village, with my friends, because everybody going out and struggling, demonstrating with empty hands and peacefully here in the village, and we are facing violence. So it was very important to take the camera and to film, to show what's going on.
Yeah.
And
luckily you did that, yeah?
Yeah, for me to take the camera and to film the violence against my friends, my village, and you see some scenes, my brothers getting arrested, one of my friends got killed. When my family went to the jeep to stop the jeep, to release my brother from the jeep, I thought it's very important to keep filming in these moments, because these moments is very important. Will be later is very important and very, to show the world what's going on. So it was very, after that, after making the film, using these scenes to the world, this is so you cannot, I couldn't just stop filming and say, oh, it's very, it's very hard, and when you get arrested or get shot or your camera got broken by soldiers or by settlers, to think about stopping filming. It's not about, you are not doing like, I'm not working for a TV or for an agency. I'm not filming for money. I'm filming for a reason, for a purpose, for my land, for my issue time. So this is what gave me the strength and the energy to keep filming.
Okay, luckily that your wife understand, or your wife really against that you're going out, taking risk of your life, capturing everything on camera. What did your wife feel about your this brave hobby?
Everybody is worried about others, and my wife was worried about me, about my life, because she several times I came back home with the injury, or with camera broken, or when I was arrested, I didn't came back home. So she was worried about the family and about the kids. So it's natural to be worried, but she gave me power and energy because she support me all the way. But she didn't want me to put myself in risk situation. But our situation is very risky always. So I cannot just leave the camera or leave my friends or the people who are around me and to say, because they put themselves also in this risk situation, and I have to be with them. So I believe, and it's our destiny. If something will happen, so I will be shot or get killed. So nobody can stop this. So it's three things. So I believe that. So that's our belief, is my belief is give me this this energy to keep and to continue, and to tell my wife and my family always that this is our part, and we have to be there, and we have to continue. But after making this film, and the film was released all over all the world, and millions of people seen the film, and they make very strong attention for the Palestinian issue. So my wife was happy of doing this movie.
All right, okay. So this will inspire our members of Docmal that you can go indie with a camera and then by yourself without any crew assisting. So you can still come up with a good piece or your masterpiece of documentary or whatever video product. I would like to come to Mr. Muslim. You are here. Okay, of course you are here. Okay, and then Mr. Muslim, what actually make this movie? A part of talking about the aspect of making, a part of camera work, visual composition, and so on, and even the directing, even the scripting, even the voicing. What makes this movie come out as top 5 during the Oscar? I mean, as someone not non-jury, what do you think?
Okay, I'm not an expert in cinematography, but I would tell what I felt as a viewer. And as a Palestinian who lived in the West Bank. I was born and grew up in the West Bank. The film was telling our real life. It was telling real life. It was telling the audience that this suffering, the attacks on civilians, on unarmed civilian protesters, is a daily suffering that people live through. When we watch, I saw the prison, for instance, Farah Nabulsi's prison. it's very telling, of course, because it's also demonstrating how Palestinians have to go through daily suffering at Israeli checkpoints. But in 5 broken cameras, it's showing you real life images of how Palestinians are actually being shot, beaten up, and attacked by Israeli soldiers and Israeli and armed Israeli settlers. It tells you about how this separation wall, this apartheid wall, is being erected in the 21st century. In spite of the International Court of Justice ruling in 2004 that this wall is illegal, and in spite of the whole world's cry that this wall is an act of apartheid, separating and segregating people from their beloved ones, the movie is showing you what that wall is all about. Because when we say wall, people would imagine something much smaller. I mean, even the Berlin Wall was not this awful. This wall is 730 kilometers long, sometimes as high as 8 or 10 meters. And there are military posts all over the wall. So the movie is telling you what Palestinians have to go through on a daily, on a daily process. Now, of course, this is one side of the Palestinian suffering. There are many other sides. I mean, Na'lin, Bil'in, and a few other Palestinian towns. Now, Beta town in the north of the West Bank, are being targeted. People are being persecuted in these towns. But this is one aspect of Israeli occupation. There is. I grew up in Hebron. There is a small community of Israeli settlers, very extremist Israeli settlers, who live in the city center, in the heart of the city, near Al-Masjid Ibrahimi, the Abraham Mosque. There are hundreds or sometimes thousands of Israeli soldiers who are protecting a small community of less than 400 Israeli settlers, illegal settlers, of course. More than 1 million Palestinians living in Hebron city and its surrounding, in the whole district, have to actually suffer on daily basis because of 400 Israeli settlers. We have to use different roads. We have to be careful when we cross areas with Israeli settlers. We can't go and worship inside the Abraham Mosque because of the Israeli restrictions. I lost an uncle because of Israeli soldiers on a checkpoint, illegal checkpoint in the city of Hebron. He was a journalist also, just like Imad. And while he was crossing a checkpoint, he was shot in the abdomen and killed in front of cameras. The video is with no provocation whatsoever, and the video is still online. The perpetrators are still at large. No justice has been served. 5 broken cameras is telling people that this is Palestinian life. This is the suffering that we have to go through on daily basis. Of course, the director and the team have designed and made the movie in a way that will tell you one full story, a sad story, of course. But in many cases in our daily life, there are many forgotten stories. You look at what happened recently in Gaza. 69 children were murdered by the Israeli airforce. Each one of them deserves a good documentary or movie like the one that Brother Imad has made on the struggle in Bil'in. This should be done, but of course a lot of resources have to be put into this, and I hope Malaysian institutions like your good group Docmal, or I don't know if FINAS has budget for such things, should actually give attention to this kind of documentaries and movies, because people are bored of news. People watch news on daily basis, but there are a lot of stories of real people, real lives that will not take shape if someone does not come and give attention. It's not only people sometimes think helping Palestinians means sending food or sending money to Palestinian houses. Yeah, this is important, of course. It's good and important, but let's help build Palestinian cinema. Let's help Palestinians tell their stories. Let's play a role in this.
Right, thank you. We can feel that, Brother Muslim. You have been into that situation for quite long time. So you must be like really digesting and you are really feeling so bad about the situation, we can understand that. Okay, before going to Datuk Tuan, I would like to come back to Mr. Imad. Mr. Imad, your co-director is a Yahudi, is an Israelis. And then the guy who gave you the camera is also an Israelis. We did talk about it when Datuk Tuan Asmai was around last night. Betapa, on what base, on how touch heart this film or these cultural issues really keep a 2% of being a Yahudi and being a Israel intact, team up to come up with this movie. What makes that happen, Imad?
Okay, about the this, so you know, my village when we started the struggle, so many of internationals and Israelis who support the Palestinian issue and who support the rights of Palestine and who are against their governments, they come to participate and support our village and demonstration. And some of them got injured and got injured very hard in their head, and many of them got arrested. So they are activists who come and to support and to give, to participate with the Palestinians, like in Bil'in or in Ni'lin or in Budrus before. So Guy David was one of them who come to Bil'in to participate in and to give support to participate in during the demonstration. And he was doing also making a film about the water, the problem of the water in the West Bank and in my village. So in that time I was working on this film, 5 blocking cameras. I was shooting and I was filming. You know, this film is not. It was very natural natural filmmaking through the daily life, my experience, daily life, everyday life. So it was not was not needed to write a script or to write a synopsis and to shoot the film like other films. So other films like many films about Palestine made through, they have the synopsis and they have they write the story and they go to shoot 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 month, like in the checkpoints or in the settlements or anywhere, and they make the film. So this film was made natural, everyday life during a very long time, during 6 years. So I was working on this film for a long time, for more than 5 years, when I approached Guy Davidi to help me and to finish the film, to produce the film, because he has the access to the world more than me. So we have many problems as Palestinians who live in the West Bank to get some support from outside, because I was trying also to get support from our side, from the Palestinian side, from the Palestinian Ministry of Culture or Education or for this film, but I got nothing and nobody from the side, no one come and gave support or help in this film. So I was looking for help and for support to make this film and to finish this film, because I was needed, to make a film, to make editing and for more equipments, and and the film was made by with very simple equipments. I was not needed a team or cameras or very 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 simple. So regarding Guy David, he came to after 5 years, and we started to make editing, and the film was finished. And I have another friend also. He's Israeli. Israel is in the film. His name Israel. He gave the camera because my camera was broken, destroyed by the the soldiers, and I was looking for support or for fund. It was very difficult to find the support or to find a camera to continue, and it was very difficult period when I was making the film, but I wanted to continue making the film because I want to make something new, like a new language, especially for the Western people, to show a new language of understanding. How is the Palestinian story? How is the Palestinian issue? How is the Palestinian life? We have many problems like the checkpoints, the settlements, the problem of the water, the violence every day, and they can see this in the TV or in the news. But I wanted to tell them very new language of storytelling through my experience from inside the family, through the eyes of my son, through my friends, really life. And that's why this film was very successful and was very touching for the Western, especially for the Western people. So when you watch a film about checkpoints or about like just soldiers killing or attack, so for the people, they can see this every day in the news or in the TV. But something in the was missing for them to know the reality,
The
life
reality.
from
Yeah.
the reality, the life from inside, from my experience. I told them the life through my experience, through my son experience, through my friends experience, and that I think that was what's make the film is very strong and very touching and very we got very strong intention for the film.
All right. Okay. Good for you to show that example of harmony within your filmmaking within the Palestinian and the Israelis. Okay. I will. Hi, Mr. Eddie daripada Aceh. I can see you. How are you? Okay, Datuk Tuan Asmawi. We did discuss last night about how this intifada and how this fisabilillah they would love to be dying shahid because that's the way they are being brought up. So talking about the movie, we did mention about the uncertainty within the aspect of the making, but what makes it won the award is because of the storytelling, the content. Okay, would you recap to this, Datuk?
Okay, thank you, Brother Zaki and our fellow panelists, Brother Imad and Brother Muslim, and the rest, Puan Sri, Datin, Datuk, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to once again congratulate our Brother Imad and Mr. Brother Guy Davidi for co-directing, co-producing this very the so-called quote-unquote masterpiece, magnum opus in France, magnum opus for the to represent what is the current daily life of our brother Palestine at the moment. Actually, the issue of Palestine is not a big business for everyone. It's not a small business for everyone, but a big business for everyone throughout the world. Because if we look at the past struggle in the era of the late Yasser Arafat up till now, so the aggressions and the violence of the Israel is not something new for us and for everyone in this world. But for the 5 broken cameras ataupun khamsat kamerat muhattamah ini, I would like to emphasize on how the importance of providing the good content to represent our daily life. For instance, in this case, Brother Imad would like to tell the public and to telling the world this is the real life, reality of life in the state of Palestine. Those people have been oppressed over years. then oppression is not a new thing for them, because those people have been experienced over years, and those people, most of them, teenagers and growing in the what we call aggression of the Israeli soldiers. And now, so unfortunate, pray to Almighty Allah, the changes of the Israeli leadership from Benjamin Netanyahu to the Naftali Bennett will be worsen more than the outgoing premiers.
Too bad,
Because as far as we are all concerned, on behalf of our Association of Palestine Scholars in the diaspora for Southeast Asia, we foresee this will take place more worsen than we had experienced like before. And in the era of whoever became the prime minister or the leader of the Israel will treat this our brother Palestinian will be the same. So I would like to focus on the providing content in the beginning, because Brother Imad, if I'm not mistaken, he intended to record 2 documents on the in terms of the growth of his 4th son Jibril, and also providing footages to all foreign media. And finally, once as far as we all concerned, because being as a farmer, you don't know anything about the movie video making, video production. Then sometimes, if I'm not mistaken, one of your friend told you, why not you make this proper video production? That's why, because as far as we all knew that blessing in disguise for this matter, because normally you are not intended, you were not intended to produce a film, and finally Allah Subhanahu wa Taala decided you to win all most of 40 international prizes. This is to show how to represent the entire daily life of Palestinian people towards Israeli aggression to them. Then in this regard, if we would like to produce another movie, another video, another documentary for in terms of aggression of Israeli soldiers, it will be the same, but it's different treatments, if I think so. But for me, your voiceovers, your actuality of your content is very paramount for me.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
Okay, maybe the strong point that attracted to the jury of the Oscar was like the storytelling and
actuality.
Yeah, the event. And
yes.
I am saluting Imad for being so brave, especially on his camera number 3, being shot by the army. Luckily, he was like being protected by the camera. In fact, Panasonic should appoint Imad as the ambassador, isn't it? Okay, Floss. We have this Dr. Nur Karilawati Abdul Karim. I believe she's from USM, is it? From USIM. So, Dr. Nur Karila, if you can join us over your unmute microphone to share your experiences married to a Palestinian, and you have a very sentimental things on these 5 broken cameras. Dr. Karila, please, if you are around.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi.
Okay. Thank you for having this. I know it's very touching moment, and thank you so much, and congratulations for winning the Oscar. And I think this is like an eye opener for our young filmmakers. Yeah. So I've never been there. My husband also cannot go there. Yeah, all his life he's been in Malaysia. I mean, half because they left in 1969, and from then onwards, then they cannot go back. So yeah, at least we can see the everyday life of Palestinian living there, and then capture every moment, all the sufferings, yeah, all the tensions. But for me, it is beyond, beyond what we call this, the struggle is actually a window from the world. So they're looking from outside into your camera. Yeah. So I thought you cannot speak so much also. There's another issues.
Yeah, I understand that.
In terms of what we call this, the expression of sharing. Yeah, I'm just sharing it here. I know I'm quite jealous also for my friends who are being able to speak openly, shout out. They love Palestinians. They are, showing the support from Malaysia. Yeah, I'm living in Malaysia, but then there are some part that I have to hold in terms of endangered to our
Correct.
family. Yeah. You know what happens to some of these scholars also, they've been shot and in Malaysia. Yeah. So it's all about security, I would say.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Ila, thank you for that. Thank you for that. We got you. We got you actually. Okay. I mean, the movie itself actually inspired us to so many angles, which we would like to speak it out. But of course, the limitation of certain boundaries don't permit us to go over the barrier. Okay, we do have a soalan. Is in Malay. I would like to Okay, Five Broken daripada Aisyah Jadi, Pak Tua is one of our committee members. So he asked Imad, how do you structure the story? Because from beginning, when you were at the setting at the place, you don't have in your mind the story build up. You just capture whatever happened in front of your eyes, and then suddenly, is it another struggle, another challenge for you to properly line up the storytelling so that people can understand what you are trying to convey by your visuals? Imad, this is the soalan. This is the question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yes.
Do you have any idea?
When I started filming, I want to be with my camera to participate and to use the camera for many purposes, like to protect the people with my camera, or to show the footage outside, or to provide footage for TVs or channels who to provide them footage from what's going on my village. But because I live here in the village, I was filming everything, every day, every night. The soldiers, when they came in at night to arrest the kids, or the violence during the day.
Yeah, we can see it.
I was documenting everything. And early in the beginning, in the first months, some people who come to the village from outside, they came to me to help them and to give them footage. Some filmmakers who asked me to give footage for making their films, because they were making a film about Palestine or about the village, and something was missing for them, footage and the support and the story from the village. So I gave help many of them, but in the same time, one of my told me, you are filming and you give your footage and you help everyone, why you don't make your own film? It's your story, it's my story. So I started thinking about making the film, and I started focusing more on the family side and on the life from inside, because it was naturally filmmaking. So yes, it's not like other films. It's not like to make interviews or to capture some footage that you can see in the TV. I
Yeah.
was filming my life from inside. My son growing up with this.
Yeah.
My son
Yeah.
was very close to me, and he went outside with me to the sometimes to the demonstration, and he wanted to see to watch and to see everything. So I wanted also to focus on him and to show him growing up under these pressures and violence and occupation, to show that the world very new language of making film, the very new language that they could understand the whole story of Palestine. I know it is very small example of what we are suffering here in the village, because there's many places in the West Bank or in Gaza, in several cities or towns, the suffering is more and more big, and the violence is more. But to understand more, to give the people, the Western people, and the people who don't understand the story, the really life from inside, the really life uh, about the Palestinian people, the daily life. From this film, they could understand the whole story of the Palestinian, even if there is no more violence or more killing, or so it was for me very important to continue and to construct this film day by day, week by week, and month by month. So it took more than 6 years of making and constructing the film naturally, without making or writing any
Treatment.
synopsis.
We call it a treatment. A treatment.
Yeah. So yeah, so it is and you are alone. I was alone, without any support, without help, because I was seeking for support from my side, from the Palestinian side. You can see them talking and giving very strong speech on TVs, but in reality, the reality is it's not the same. So even we it's not easy to make this film and to put yourself in risk situation in the daily life, and the day and the night. We are facing the pressures of the violence of the occupation, the soldiers and the army, and at the same time we are facing pressure from our side.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah, we are facing very strong pressures now. Even I don't know if you heard about one activist, Palestinian activist, was killed here by the Palestinian security force
Oh.
because he speak out about the corruption in on our side.
That's too bad.
Yeah, so we are facing many pressure from both sides.
Okay, understand that. Okay, understand that. Hopefully that Jibril will be the next Imad Bernard Jr. Since he has been so close. Going around watching you taking pictures and so on. Okay, we do have. My colleague actually, Nick Yasmin, is the right person to give a comment on how this indie making of documentary. Yasmin, can you say something?
Yes, Cik Zaki.
Please, yes, please, Yasmin. It's all yours. 1 or 2 minutes, Yasmin? Sorry for limiting.
Actually, I watched Five Broken Cameras many years ago at the Freedom Film Fest when it came to Malaysia. And I think like over the years, there are a few other documentaries that has been made. But okay, your specific question to me about indie filmmaking.
Yes,
I
please.
think it's very important, especially like it is a good example that we have films coming out of Palestine, because otherwise we would still be fed with stories that the news are showing us. even until today, when you speak to Malaysians, they will have an image of Palestine that is very skewed. So we see Palestine as if it is a big refugee camp, when it is actually completely different. So when you watch like Cinema Janine, you watch all these different Palestinian documentaries, then you realize actually what we've been fed all these years is completely different. So independent filmmaking is not entertainment. It is a very important tool for people to use to tell their stories, tell their personal stories in order for the world to understand the real situation. Because Cik Zaki, you and me, we come from the broadcast
Background.
world. So
Mhm.
we know it's not always that we get to tell stories that we would like to tell, because we have producers, we have people who actually want ratings, who actually is investing in television. So we don't get to tell a lot of the stories unless we cleverly slip it in. So to have this opportunity to use the camera to tell your personal stories, and with platforms like YouTube and all that, you don't actually need broadcasters anymore.
Wow.
If you have an important
It is a statement, Yasmin.
yeah, if you have an important story to tell, if
Okay.
you have an important information to share, you don't need broadcasters anymore. I mean, like people like us, we still work in broadcast because that is where we come from. We started, that's bread and butter, right? But
Yeah.
eventually, like even for myself, at the end of the day, I am still picking up my camera, even if it's just the phone camera, to tell whatever stories I need to tell, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think we have that. Why not use it? And like 5 Broken Cameras is a real example of how powerful video is.
Mhm.
I mean, all these years throughout history, propaganda films was made so that people will be brainwashed. The Japanese used it, the Germans used it, everybody used propaganda films to
Mhm.
actually sway people's thinking and basically brainwash people. So now that the technology has changed, that even a person with a phone can tell a story through video, why not use it? Why not tell all these stories that are not being told?
Yeah. So 5 Broken Cameras, even though it was like 2012, a very long time ago, still relevant for us.
Yes.
That
Yes.
inspire us of making the next movie.
I mean, Malaysia, we're very slow at this.
Yeah.
Freedom Film Fest have been around since over 10 years ago. But then all this while, they had been showing a lot of international films. Only about 5 years, I think, in these past 5 years, that we are actually getting activists to make films. So there are a lot of films in Malaysia that are being made by activists who are not filmmakers, like Imad, who are picking up the camera and telling stories. But this culture of telling stories through video need to be encouraged, because a lot of the times these people picking up cameras for entertainment. If you look at YouTube,
Yeah.
Malaysian YouTube.
Jasmine, instead of 5 broken cameras, some
Yeah.
TV station would like to have a 5 broken heart, isn't it?
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, that's what our Malaysian television is like. It's unfortunate that we
Alright.
don't care for documentaries.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. I need to stop you. Okay, Mr. Muslim. Okay, you are representing this cultural kind of Palestinian entity. Don't you think that instead of we are having the zero, I mean the battle zone of like what you might doing? So are you encouraging another players from Palestine that would giving another masterpiece of cultural Palestine way of life, the good mindset, or the good cultures that we can share over here in Malaysia or throughout the world, Mr. Muslim?
Yeah, thank you, brother. I think the biggest achievement the Palestinian people have made in over 1 century of foreign colonization was preserving and maintaining their identity. We have had an Israeli settler colonialism that uprooted 700,000 Palestinians from their towns and homeland. 500 Palestinian towns and cities were destroyed in 1948. We have Palestinians in the West Bank, Gaza, and inside Israel itself living under apartheid, which completely marginalizes their identity. We have daily extrajudicial killing. We have, adding to what Brother Imad has just mentioned, a very lousy, corrupt Palestinian Authority in the West Bank that has not only made the life of Palestinians difficult, but also enabled Israel to have a clean colonial occupation. So we have all these pressures on the individual Palestinians. That's why I think international support should come in order to make Palestinian culture revive and emerge. We need your support in this sector. You know, having a museum in Palestine, or having not even a museum, having a park, tamam biasa macam yang ada dekat Malaysia. It's a very challenge. It's a very difficult thing to set up because you are facing daily repression by Israeli soldiers, attacks on your home, financial and economic difficulties. So culture, arts becomes a very secondary priority. Survival is the norm. Survival is the main priority. That's why I do believe that Palestinians will continue to struggle, and Palestinians will continue to try to preserve their culture. For instance, their traditional clothes, their traditional songs and folklore, the new coming up movies by individual journalists, citizen journalists. But you need to play a role. Seriously, Malaysia is a strong supporter of Palestine.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, on all levels, political, public, humanitarian. We need you to play a role in supporting, preserving, and boosting Palestinian arts and culture.
And because, in fact, Mr. Muslim, sorry to stop you.
Yes.
I heard that about 1,500 of your scholars right now in Kuala Lumpur or in Malaysia throughout, I mean, studying, post-graduating and so on. Is it true?
We have about 2,000 Palestinian students here in Malaysia. Alhamdulillah, we have been able to sponsor some of them through scholarships from Malaysian universities and sometimes from the Malaysian government. But I do believe that more has to be done. I remember the launching ceremony of our NGO some 10 or 11 years ago, when Dr. Mahathir was the guest of honor. In his speech, he said that one of the biggest contributions that Malaysia can do to the Palestinian people is to help protect and support their culture. And this is a genuine contribution that Malaysia can do. In fact, if you support Palestinian academia, Palestinian universities, Palestinian artists, Palestinian directors, media practitioners, this makes a difference. Because we are dying anyway. I mean, you look at Palestine in the last month of May, more than 300 Palestinians were killed. At least 30 in the West Bank, about 5 or 6 inside Israel, 250 or more in the Gaza Strip, and now people are still being targeted in Beta, in Jerusalem, and elsewhere. We are dying anyway. So why don't you help us tell the world our story by producing more movies, more films, more documentaries, more photography, give access to our journalists, access to our media men. People will continue their resistance. But in order to make the road to freedom shorter, please help us telling the world our side of the story. Because Israel is, to be honest, Israel is very dominant in the world of media and films. I have just mentioned the example of the Holocaust movies. They spend billions of dollars. The state of Israel spends billions of dollars on propaganda. They even have a special ministry called Ministry of Strategic Affairs to counter the arguments of the BDS movement.
Wow.
The BDS movement is the civilian Palestinian civil society group, which tells boycott Israel, boycott Israel's military, Israel's boycott it diplomatically, boycott Israel's academia, etc. They spend this much money on stopping us from voicing out our concern. In the last war on Gaza, they didn't allow a single international journalist to go into Gaza. Not even a single international journalist. And in order to make sure that they wipe out any any voices telling what's happening. They bombed the media center where Associated Press, Al Jazeera, and many other international media outlets were operating.
Okay, Mr. Muslim. All right. Thank you very much. We got you. This is something we should do our part. Picking up to what Brother Muslim said.
Can I express my opinion to you? To all the floor?
Yeah, Bang Lola, silakan. A quick one, Bang Lola? Right.
Yes. My opinion and hoping is that if Docmal is to initiate the spearheading, the documentation of the actuarial flight of Palestinian, this is what we want. Should be the assistant with the relevant countries. Okay? We know the Western medias are biased and that will not permit such documentaries because to bilateral them. Okay? So Imad Barnard, the 5 broken cameras, was able to fit himself in the making of the film. How can Docmal to initiate its activist member to do the same? What are the bridges to go through until we can reach at the ground zero? This is what we want. As what I think is what Mr. Muslim had said just now. Is that right now? You need Malaysian also to come forward. But how we can go? What kind of bridges that we can go into the ground zero? Because most of the Associated Press, even all kinds of the journalists, even the office being bombed by the Israelis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bang Lola. Thank you, Bang Lola, because some have been dying, taking the risk of doing the shooting. That will be another issue that we have to think of, or they are thinking of. Picking up to what Mr. Muslim said just now, I am coming to our Puan Sri Norma Hashim from Viva Palestina. Are you okay, Puan? Because I believe that in 2014, Viva have been invited, Mr. Imad coming to KL, and then you have been screening out the 5 broken cameras. What made you choose that movie to screen out during that time, Puan Sri?
Actually, like Muslim, I was aware already that we need to use the media and people need to see films to change the mindset of their, because people have been fed the Hollywood Zionist narratives for so long, right? Everything you see on TV is all pro-Israel, pro-Zionist. You might not realize that there's a message in almost a lot of the movies. There's a hidden message that portrays Palestinians, or even now Islamophobia as well, Muslims as terrorists. This is actually the Zionist lobby at work. We started in 2013 the KL Palestine Film Festival. So we've been holding the KL Palestine Film Festival for a number of years, but we haven't had it for the last 2-3 years, also because of COVID. So maybe that's a good idea to revive it. So we have been screening films. At the time when Imad was invited, we held it at Pavilion KL at the cinema, and the turnout was, Alhamdulillah, the turnout was very good at that time. And we did show after that every year at Pavilion as well. After that, we went to Publica in KL as well to show films. So it's probably a good idea to revive it. But now that everything's online, perhaps we should do online screenings. Like now what you're doing now is a good idea to show it online, because it's a new way of, spreading news around and using social media to get the message across. I feel that social media has been the reason that the Palestinians are getting so much more support now as well. In the past, the Palestinian stories have always been suppressed, but of course Muslim is the expert here. I'm not Palestinian, I cannot speak for Palestinian people. But, how the Palestinians...
Sorry to interrupt. The initiative that you did in Viva Palestina to screen the Palestinian films, this is a big thing. And it's, when we talk, we are seen as terrorists. Honestly, I tell this to many Malaysian friends. When we tell our stories, Palestinians are framed as terrorists, but Malaysians, when you speak, people will listen. And this is why your initiatives have to carry on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Muslim.
Yes. So yes, we have to work together with the Palestinians to present the view. And the thing is, what happened to the Palestinians before also, how difficult it is to travel. They are not allowed to travel from Gaza to the West Bank. They're not allowed to travel from, even go out to Malaysia and then to come back into the West Bank. It's also very difficult. I think they have to go through a lot of screening by the Israelis as well as the Palestinian Authority, who if you're not supporting them, they are very also, they do give you a hard time when you return to the West Bank to Palestine after you have spent time abroad. So anyway, I think with the Palestinian voices being suppressed previously through difficulty in traveling to coming out of Gaza, they cannot even go out to speak to people. With social media now, the whole world is open. This has made a lot of difference in the last year, especially. Now with COVID, the good thing is that people have gone online, and this is when they start seeing stories about Gaza. Everything is real time right now. You can see everything happening as it happened a few hours ago, or Instagram stories right now. You know, if you follow Muna Al-Kurd, the story of Sheikh Jarrah, if you go on Instagram now, this is what keeps the issue. What happened in Sheikh Jarrah? The Israeli settlers, they were going to take over the whole area. This is a strategic area next to Al-Aqsa. And they would have been successful, except for, I think, the Instagram stories of Muna Al-Kurd and her brother, you know, who have so many followers on Instagram now, and this has made the world, even like in America, realize what is happening. They can see it themselves, and there's no denying what they see with their eyes, you know. So that's helped a lot. So we have to use social media to this advantage.
Thank you, Puan Sri. So for others who would like to have a more closer looks into Viva Palestina Malaysia, how are you having a link or what, Puan Sri?
We have quite a we have an active Facebook page. We have 400,000 followers on Facebook who follow our updates. It's updated very regularly. We have one admin that's almost full time on Facebook, and we're starting to move to Instagram now as well. Yes, if you want updates on what's happening in Palestine, outside Palestine, in the diaspora, please go to our Facebook page, Viva Palestina Malaysia.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Puan Sri. So this is, our fortune to be linked or connected to Viva Palestina Malaysia. Unplanned. We did not plan for this. It happened by Allah memudahkan. Hopefully that Docmal and Viva Palestina, we are a small group. Connecting with a very huge entity like Viva, we are very looking forward.
That I think all of us play a part. We're quite small. Not many people.
Who know one day, Puan Sri, that we can work out on something,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Puan Sri. Thank you, Puan Sri. Okay, Datuk Asmari, dalam sedikit minit yang kita ada ni, Datuk Tuan Asmari, okay, movie can propagandate. Movie can be a propaganda, and movie can always be by your side, telling the truth. So, how do you take this documentary? Is it because of Imad is doing it, so the Israel looks so bad, or if another Israeli director or Yahudi director doing it, it will make Palestinians look so bad? So, what is your view on this? Talking about coming up with a movie, trying to suppress, trying to influence, no? Are we having an impact on this?
Thank you, Zaki. Okay, actually, I would like to focus, to stress on the value of the content, because it comes naturally from the heart, from the beginning of our brother Imad to film aids, all the way from the beginning up to the end, and finally won many prizes internationally. So at this point of view, we can take into account that the philosophy of any documentary throughout the world, even indie documentary or for TV station, we need to take into account that the accuracy and the precision of any content should be prepared, should be provided by all the producers, by all the videographers, video makers. This is very paramount to everyone, because at the moment, if any stories came in later in terms of video production, the aggression of the Israeli soldiers in the state of Palestine, it will be the same, but the same struggle, same difficulties. But we have to look into another way of treatment, quote unquote, in the production industry, said, in the new treatments, how to get the public attention to tell the world that the aggression of Israeli authorities is unfinished business. Then for everyone, for throughout the world, and Malaysian especially, we regard our Muslim brothers in the state of Palestine as our big business, not business, quote unquote, for the trading purposes, but is our also stand at par with our national issues at this point of view. Yeah.
Okay. So it is an ongoing business until they really captured the whole Palestine, Dato'? Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Imad, we have a question. I mean, a very humble question. Who from Dr. Rizal? Dr. Rizal is Unimas, Sarawak. Dr. Rizal asked, who is the second unit camera team? Since you are also in front of the camera, Imad, I would like to ask the same question also.
The second camera, you mean?
Who shot you when you are on the camera by yourself?
Yeah. You know, as you see the film, in the film, you see me, you watch me sometimes, in the some you watch me, and some of these scenes was taken by my wife or my son, my old son, and was taken by Jibril sometimes. Yeah, so I was teaching him also how to film and how to take footage, and some of the scenes outside was taken by my friends. Some of the scenes, but most of the footage, 99% of the footage, was taken by me. So because the film is through my story. So in the film, when you make a film, when you work on the editing and the construction of the film, so you need some footage to link the story from there and from here. So it's a long talk about to make how making films, how and to link the movie and the editing. So it is I don't want to talk about this, but it is inside from my family, person from my family who when I was needed a footage or to take myself, so it was my son or my wife or
How long is your footages overall within that 5 to 6 years, Mr. Imad?
In 2005 I started, and I have a very very big stuff of material, thousands of hours of materials.
Wow.
Yeah, so when I started the editing, I started about of 700-800 hours of.
You must be having a tough time doing that.
Yeah, it is. It is because the story is different. It's my story. It's my life, and I know what I filmed and what to film and where to find the footage and how to capture the footage, how to do digitize the footage. So I put everything,
In order.
like the footage of Jibril, the footage of the family, the footage of the demonstrations and the daily life. So it was for me not difficult, and it was easy to take the footage from here and from there. So yeah, but if you give the footage for someone and you tell him, okay, you just make an edit, or it's will take him years to find
It will
but
come to a different.
but the story was very clean to me. What is going to be, what's it, how to be, how is the, but the editing also, we use some editor from outside who to organize the editing, because I'm not an editor. So the editing is very important in the film. So what's important for me is the producing and the distribution of the film. So the producing the film, when you want to produce a film about Palestine and you talk about people from outside or from producers or distributors. It's not easy to get support or to get fund, because when you just say Palestine,
Habis.
story about Palestine, they tell you, no, we have many films about Palestine, so we don't need we are not interesting about this. But because my story was very very unique story, and when you tell them about the story and you show them the trailer, so it was very powerful and interesting for them to get the support and to produce the film. And even that's help you to distribute the film. It's the distribution is very important for the film. If you make a film and there's hundreds of films about Palestine made, and you don't know them, you don't they have no distribution. So if you make a film and you don't have a distribution, or you cannot distribute the film outside, so what's the point of making films? So distributing the film is very important, and its Fibroking camera was distributed over all the world and very strong.
Okay, there's a question from Mr. Nach Arifin. I think it's the same like Asna is asking, and the same also of what Puan Salina want to know, and even Pak Tua. What are the constraints, the stoppings that you are facing from the Israel's government since you are doing this, since you are really attacking them? I mean, sharing this throughout the world. So, are they stopping you, or are they, detaining you, or what?
Yeah, after when I was working and filming, doing this film, I was arrested several times, and why the film is called Five Cameras. So they shot my cameras and they shot me many times, my body, and they were trying to stop me filming, and to stop me telling this story, because I was when they come to the village in the night or in the day, I was there. Always I was there. So always they were trying to stop me by shooting the camera or by shooting me. Even after after the film was made and distributed over all the world, and it was nominated for the Oscar, and many we got many awards over all the world. So it's not what important for me, the awards. It's the film was very successful, and I received many awards. But what's important for me that when you make a film, when you think about some thing, and you reach your goal, so this is what's important for me. So for me, I reached my goal, and the film was distributed over all the world, and millions of people have seen the film. So even and in that point, in this after making the film and distributing the film, I had many pressures, and from the Israeli side, and political pressures, or so it's never stop, and the story continue, because we live here, and so this is why this is our responsibility to continue and to make this. Maybe I take my camera and I put my life several times in this situation, but it's not just only me. The people of my people in Palestine, we relive the reality, and this is our life. So it is our responsibility, even if that was risky, or you get pressures from the Israeli side, or from another side. So even from since I was traveling with this film for long time, for many years, and since COVID started, I stopped traveling because of COVID, and you know, we face many pressures.
Right. Yeah.
Not just political or pressures, or it is economic pressures and health pressures, and so we feel that we are here and we live alone with no support from our side or from outside, because we see the Western people, especially the in Europe or the Europe countries, or they have their agenda for supporting Palestine. If you go with their agenda, they support you. If you don't go with their agenda, you are alone. So it's not easy. There's many pressures.
Okay, all right, thank you. Before we proceed for another 5 to 10 minutes to end up our session, I would like to let go Mr. our brother Muslim Imad, because he need to attend to something very important. So on behalf of Docmal, on behalf of USIM, on behalf of Viva Palestina Malaysia, and on behalf of the members of the floor, we would like to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Brother Muslim.
Thank you very much for having me. I wish you the best, all of you, and I hope to see more of your initiatives in support of the Palestinian struggle.
Zaki.
Yeah.
And I'm about to leave too.
Thank you.
You got any questions for me? If not, I'm about to leave too.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's all. Okay, right. Okay, we let go the Brother Muslim first. Okay, thank you. So Datuk, yeah, we are about to end up the thing. Datuk pun nak pergi kan. So your last saying, Datuk, on this before you leave us, because we are looking into how this movie can inspire us, or how this movie, even though it was like back 2005, still recap of what Palestinians are facing right now, the cruelty of Israelis. So do you think so, Datuk?
Yes, I strongly agree with our brother Imad and brother Muslim said just now. And the cruelty is remain right from the early setting up of the state of Palestine up till now is remain, but it's different way, different era, it's never ending story. But for us as a Malaysian, I've been appointed to be one of the man in the Palestinian Scholars Association in the diaspora Southeast Asia. For me, I am Malay for what I'm sacrificing for the state of Palestine. But Islamically speaking, we as a Muslim is one blood. One blood. We came from our Prophet is same, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We devoted to Almighty Allah in the same Kaabah, and luckily being granted the Baitul Masjid Al-Aqsa has become the third place to be traveled for Muslim throughout the world as Muslim. That's why we are now in the grand line, grand march for the struggle of Palestine for the sake of the real independence for the state of Palestine. I think 5 broken cameras. I have to hats off to our brother. Keep on keeping the good words to produce another new treatments for the sake of your struggle of our, and we Malaysian, nahnu Malaysian ma'akum fi kifahatikum insyaallah.
Okay, thank you Datuk Tuan Asmawi ataupun Datuk Ustaz Tuan Asmawi Tuan Omar, who have been the guy that narrated so many pieces of whatever appearing on television, and he was the guy who really during azan berdoa untuk kita semua. So this is Datuk Tuan Asmawi. I mean quite close to Docmal, Datuk
InsyaAllah.
Alright, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you semua. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. Salam. Stay safe. Stay cool.
Salam.
Thank you. Okay, we have. I think this is the final one, and Mr. Imad and others. We have a lecturer from UiTM, Rembau, Wan Amiza, Wan Hassan. She wrote. Nowadays, the younger generation is less interested in documentaries, which is true, especially heavy documentary. In your opinion, Mr. Imad, what is the best way to continue the production of quality documentaries? What is the best way of continue the production, the production of quality documentaries, and at the same time succeed in buying the souls of the younger generation. So we have all over, whether in Malaysia or in Palestine, the younger generation. In fact, our younger generation right now is more into the game, into the computer games. They are into it rather than making good documentaries. I hope that Palestine is not having the same problem. But our worried now, our generation, I think Iman, we are living within the same era. So throughout your experience, that we can keep up the good work of making good documentaries. Are you yourself encouraging the younger generation of Palestine to do this or what? Iman. Mr. Iman. Are you looking at your younger generation, the Palestinian young generation? They are very keen, to do what you have been doing, or they are on a different, side of track. They are not interested at all to do this video making.
I think it is very important for us to tell our stories as Palestinians who live the reality, and to continue and to teach more the next generation to do this, to do the same thing. It is very important for the Palestinian issue to show the world, tell them the reality. But in the same time, it's not easy to make films for us, because I'm telling you this through my experience. It's not easy because there is many pressures, political pressures, and from the occupation, and from many sides, and the economic pressure. So it's not easy to make a film, to get support to make a film. So if you think about to work or to make a film, if you want to make a story, if your point and your opinion to make a film about to make to work or to get money or to make money, so you have to take this out from your head, because there's no lot of money of making a documentary. So for us to make a film and to show our story, you have to focus on your story, why you are making a film, why you are filming, why you are shooting. So you are doing this for your land, for your people. And this is what's important. So if you believe that you are doing this film and you are not thinking about to get any support, maybe it's not easy, it's difficult, maybe you don't get any support. So you have to continue making the film and to continue filming by yourself. And this is what happens to me during many years. So if we because I wanted to say something about we don't have a state, we don't have the people who don't know what's going on here. We don't have a state, we don't have Palestine, we are not free, we still live under the occupation. So if you think, and if you hear, and if you see Palestinian forces or police or authority, they are not a state. They are security forces and the Palestinian authority. They are making collaboration with the Israeli side and making it more difficult for the Palestinian people. So we don't get any support from our side. We don't. There's no cinema and support on our side, in the Palestinian side. We don't get any money from them or any support to make film or to shoot. If you tell, because through my experience, I tried to get cameras or to get support to make the film, and I got nothing from them.
Oh.
So, yeah. So there is many difficulties and many pressures of making films and to continue, because it's in one side you have to care of yourself and your families and your to put bread and food on their table, and in the other side you have to put your life at risk situation and to continue filming and making films without any support. So I think it's very important, but it's not easy.
Are you continuing with your 6 camera? This is Nick Jasmine asked.
I wanted to show.
Okay, where's your camera? Where's your camera number 6?
I was filming
Wow.
this.
Oh, this is your camera number 6, huh?
I was filming this mission for the next film, so I didn't stop. But as I told you, there is many pressures. We face many pressures now because of COVID, especially economic pressures. So you cannot continue when you have a family and you have many expenses and you have people who live. Your kids study in university, there's many expenses and there's no income, so there is many pressures. So this is my camera, this is camera I got from Michael Moore.
Oh,
and,
Michael Moore, he himself gave to you?
Yeah, he gave it to me, and I have a very good relation with Michael Moore.
All right.
So I never stopped filming. I wanted to make the part 2 by cameras, but I in the last 4 or 5 years I have many problems, health problems, and so many pressures on me and on my family. So it is going slowly. So it's not.
Okay, all right. So all the best on your camera number 6, and all the best on your good deed, trying to highlight the Palestinian situation throughout the world. And believe me that I would in a position to tell that we always support you, whatever NGOs that we are bringing in. So this is since long time ago, since Yasser Arafat coming to Malaysia. Since a very long time ago, we have been looking closely on what happens to Palestine, and it is not a good story actually, but we are hoping our very best that things will change.
I just want to say one thing. I think you have the Malaysian. We know support Palestine, but I suggest that the Palestinian people also work directly with the people in Palestine, not with the governments. Our government, and so it is everything is corrupted, and the corruption everywhere.
Oh yeah, I can see Puan Sri is giving us
I like Viva Palestine, Malaysia. They work. They are doing very good work, and many projects they are doing in Palestine through the people, and they are going. These projects going directly to the people, so they are not working through governments, because we hear about millions of projects come from Europe and from outside to the governments here, to the leaders here, and nothing come out from. We don't see nothing. Everything go to their pockets. So to work with the people, direct to the people, is very important. And we need more. The Palestinian people, the Palestinian issue need more support, more real support from the politicians, the government of Malaysia, and real support from political support and diplomatic support and pressure support from government from like Malaysia and other countries in Europe or in other places, to put pressures. It's not just the people. We know the people support Palestine, but we need more from governments to make more, to work more and to make more for Palestine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We keep our finger crossed hoping for the best, inshallah. And you are our hero from far, Mr. Imad. And I believe that within your community, you are the most valuable asset that they are having right now. Please jaga your health, take care of yourself. Don't be too brave enough, I mean, to confront the weapon of the army, because I think they need you more than us need you.
Sorry, I'm not like before.
I'll leave for a while.
Yes, Ponsi.
Somebody's at the door. I have to go now.
Okay, Ponsi. Thank you very much, Ponsi.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Go also because time now. Al-Dhuhr time. It's now.
Yeah.
I need to go.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So on that point, we would like to, release Mr. Imad Benat all the way from Belian Village. How do you pronounce that? Ramallah City, West Bank, Jerusalem. So hopefully that in future we can meet again, Mr. Imad. Either we going there or you coming to KL. And you did mention about Michael Moore that really clicked my mind of what will be the next, inshallah. Take care. Our salam to your family. Our love to Gabriel. Hopefully he will take your step, taking over from the father. Okay, all guys, we just salam to Mr. Imad.
Was nice to
photograph.
Yeah, okay, we group photographers.
Okay, everybody.
Okay, everybody buka camera.
Video on. Everybody.
Buka camera, everybody.
Can we have everybody's camera on? We want to take group photograph. Can we have everybody's face in?
Okay, siapa tu? Kita ada Major Masrina. Wah, orang kuat mindef ni, orang kuat tentera ATM. Mr. Imad, we have army, army officer we have with us right now. We have lecturers. We have bankers. Okay, alright. I dah cakap banyak lah. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I sengit lah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yang lain, I need your pictures.
Pictures.
Record.
Okay. Dr. Kemi ni memang orang kuat UiTM dulu.
Thank you.
Alright, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Imad. Bye-bye, Imad.
Bye, Imad.
Bye-bye, Imad. Bye. Okay, and semua yang maintain to stay with us 52 ahli. Actually, kita ada lagi student dekat USIM. They are watching through live FB. So, memang kita agak tak berjaya untuk getting the figures. Whatever it is, it's not the figures yang kita nak banggakan. It's about the content quality. So, I believe that by today kita dah banyak mendapat content quality yang sebenarnya lebih important. Dan thank you from Docmal yang kecil ni untuk tuan-tuan semua yang sentiasa bersama kami on whatever programs yang kami initiate kan. And then kalau ada apa-apa yang nak share silakan. Puan Wan Amizah ke boleh within this time, kita sempat lagi nak asap ni. Sebab si Imad tadi dia nak kejar asap dia nak kejar Zohor. Itu yang dia minta release tu. Ada siapa-siapa nak cakap? Cik Naj, Along, Dr. Rizal, Ina Hashim, anak Kak Zah ni. Hai Ina. Cik Zul orang Kedah. Okey tak Cik Zul? Boleh lah kita share this film.
Saya cuma terkilan sikit
Tuan.
Terkilan yang soalan saya tak kesampaian untuk disampaikan kepada ini. Sebab
I did mention kan about your share tadi.
Ada soalan lain yang
yang mula-mula
ke bawah tu.
It is very clear from your film and also from many other media that Israeli soldiers are very cruel. That one?
Ya.
Oh, I wrap up tadi.
Tapi tak apalah.
Okay.
Dah wrap up tadi.
I wrap up. Semuanya dia kata, of course lah dia he's getting oppression from the government. In fact, dia punya Muslim community pun does not really support them. And surprisingly yang support dia tu pula budak Israel tu kan, Dai Gavidi kan.
Ya.
And then yang bagi kamera dia, yang second kamera tu dia dapat daripada seorang kawan Yahudi. Kan?
Ya.
Kan? I pun bila I pakai tumbler ni doesn't mean I support Yahudi kebetulan. So itulah sorry kalau I got you wrong. Semuanya I ingat tadi soalan ni adalah tentang the challenge ataupun the against from the government Israel cuma ni kita nampak dia sangat berani dia seorang yang sangat berani Kalau you nampak ada shot tu yang dia betul-betul duduk sebelah askar Israel tau yang sedang memegang senjata. Askar
Itu yang
Israel
heran juga, askar tu tak rampas. Boleh rampas dia punya kamera tu kan, tapi dia tengah sibuk nak serang orang, jadi
dia lupa
terlepas
yang
pandang.
Imat dekat sebelah Dan untuk pengetahuan semua, ramai reporter, ramai cameraman yang mati ketika nak merakam the battle zone dekat Israel tu. Kita memanglah tengok daripada ni seronok tapi yang Al Jazeera punya cameraman, I think BBC, ABC punya cameraman ramai yang mati tu. Kan? Ramai yang mati.
Israel ni dia tak kisah yang ada kes orang Amerika yang cuba selamatkan orang Palestin pun dia bunuh je. Ingat tak kes perempuan muda tu, perempuan Amerika muda, lupa pula nama dia, Corby.
Dia bunuh gitu je.
Dia bunuh gitu je, tapi Amerika tak berani buat apa-apa. Itu yang dahsyat betul, dia punya kuasa atas Amerika tu, dia punya kontrol atas Amerika punya apparatus tu. Jadi US pun tak boleh buat apa, orang dia, citizen dia kena bunuh macam tu.
Macam kita ni pun bila kita duk live up kita punya things dekat over the Facebook wall kan. I mean we have been viewed, we have been monitored kan. Who knows kan. I would like to say thank you to Usim, Dr. Ros Fidayu dan Dr. Noyati for being with us as a co-organizer. Thank you very much. Sorry Nas, I have to ni. Dr. Ayu, are you here? Dr. Yati, are you here? If you can talk something. Dr. Ayu? Dr. Ayu dah left dah. Okay. Yes, Mr. Nas, anything? Sambung sikit lagi.
Saya sebenarnya masa saya tinggal kat US dulu, memang saya kenal beberapa orang Yahudi. Dan pernahlah berdebat sikit dengan diorang. Dan saya dapati memang diorang ni memang keras kepala gila. Keras kepala betul. Dia punya support, dia punya taksub pada dia punya bangsa, pada dia punya cause tu memang kalau Muslim macam tu memang kita tabik lah kalau orang kita macam tu. Tapi sampaikan dia buta. Jadi itu yang saya nak tahu daripada pendapat Imad tu sendiri. Dia nampak tak yang tu, sebab masa saya berinteraksi dengan orang Yahudi di US tu memang dahsyat lah. Dia punya keras kepala tu, dia punya percaya dia betul sangat tu, yang they are the chosen people, yang diorang benci sangat yang Nabi Muhammad itu bukan daripada kaum dia macam dia percaya yang sepatutnya Nabi Muhammad tu orang Yahudi. Jadi macam saya pun tak boleh nak faham lah dia
punya mindset dia benda tu pada kita tak kisahlah kau daripada Yahudi ke, daripada Bani Arab ke, jadi kau Nabi kan,
dia tak boleh terima. Saya bagi satu cerita yang saya kenal Yahudi ni, dia frame ayatul ikhlas qul huwallahu ahad Allahu samad lam yalid walam yulad. Dia frame. Saya tanya, this is from the Quran. Dia kata, yes, it is a beautiful ayat from the Quran. It is what we believe. Allah is one. Of course, dia kata God lah. God is one. So saya tanya dia, well, if you believe that, why don't you believe the man, the messenger, the prophet who it was sent to? Dia kata, because he is not a Jew. Macam tu, dia tak boleh terima. Saya punya tak faham lah macam mana dia punya taksub dengan bangsa dia, chosen people tu sampai sekarang. Dan this is reflected dengan apa yang kita nampak di Palestin sekarang. Dia punya benci tu dia tak boleh terima, sampai itulah yang dibuat pada orang Palestin sekarang, sampai pada Islam secara tak langsung. Sampai
kadang-kadang kalau tengok perempuan yang pergi market bawa beg kan, dia main tendang macam tu je.
Dahsyat betul lah. Saya tak boleh nak faham dia punya taksub tu punya dahsyat. Saya pun kena minta diri, bukan apa, saya tadi dah kena vaksin, jadi sebenarnya saya ngantuk sangat ni nak tidur.
Okay, thank you Nas for being with us.
Terima kasih banyak semua ya. Thank you for this very good event.
If I misinterpret your soalan tu, sorry nanti kita bertemu lagi.
Tak apa. InsyaAllah. Terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you Nash. Waalaikumsalam. Alright, are we having a wakil daripada USIM? If wakil daripada USIM want to share dengan kita something? Tak ada. Puan Amiza? Puan Amiza cakap sikit. Lawa tudung. Your mic. Puan. Your mic you mute? Oh, memang tak ada. Oh. Okay. Oh, apa besok malam buat pelan? Jangan, sorry. Okay, alright. Thank you Puan Walmiza for being with us. Puan Walmiza ni daripada UiTM. In fact, kita punya second collaboration kita memang dengan UiTM. So, she was mantan ketua jabatan di sana. Alright. Thank you. Major Masrina, anything from you? Major. So how NTF ni operation macam mana sekarang?
Operation NTF kita continue macam biasa. But right now kita fokus pada paksi, ada 6 paksi utama, which is ada Belak Utara, Selangor. But the most orang kata apa, unbelievable area lah adalah Kelang. Sekarang ni memang hot time lah. Hot time sekarang dekat Kelang. Memang
dia ikut jalan laut. Jalan laut ke apa?
Jalan laut, betul.
Oh.
Kalau dulu kita tengok kan rampasan rampasan yang besar akan ada pada area Kelang sebab dia ada custom, ada kontainer, ada pelabuhan Kelang. Tapi sekarang parti sendiri dia mendarat di kawasan tu. So memang kita kata apa? Cabaran yang amat besar lah sekarang ni untuk mempertahankan punya benteng negara ni.
Mana the latest tangkapan memang ada lah di kawasan tu?
Ada. In fact ada intrap juga. Cuma kita keep pantau, ada FMM ada Navy ada, lepas tu ada PPM pun ada. So, semua ada yang di kawasan sana semua standby. Ada je ada maklumat dan kita pergi check counter check contohlah. Dekat area kita panggil sektor 5 kat area sana. Sektor 5 ni Kelang lah, area Kelang punya area. Kat sana kita ada radar. So radar tu akan detect dulu. Daripada situ dan kita send force pasukan untuk pergi confirm information and check ada ke tak ada ke macam tu. Tapi benda ni saya percayalah dia bukan level yang rendah. It is a national level lah. Benda ni, isu ni dah besar.
Maknanya ada interruption daripada orang
dalam negeri. Betul.
Allahu Akbar. Okay.
Tapi nothing. Sekarang ni the integration is most important. Polis tak boleh bergerak polis sahaja. Tentera tak boleh bergerak tentera sahaja. The integration is most important sekarang ni. Tambah-tambah kalau macam isu parti dalam negara, JIM lah punya tempat, bidang kuasa dia kan, Jabatan Informasi Malaysia. Tapi disebabkan oleh Depot Tahanan sekarang pun penuh, kita tak ada buat apa, dah penuh. So bila dah penuh, even buat tangkapan nak letak di mana? Dia pusingan dia tu, dia punya circle tu tak complete lah sebab ada satu yang bermasalah. Yang masuk ramai, dan dalam banyak, nak buat deportasi tak boleh sebab negara-negara luar pun ada kekangan juga untuk terima balik rakyat dia sebab COVID sekarang kan.
Nak tembak tak boleh lah.
Tak boleh, kalau kita tembak jadi international human rights pula, isu tu pula.
Aduh kan. So Major Masrina ni dengan NTF ni National Task Force di bawah ATM. So they have about 19 agencies uniform yang berpakat untuk memantau penyeludupan ataupun can we say pemandangan manusia, Major?
Dia bila kita jaga sempadan negara, dia indirectly akan involve pemandangan manusia, imigran. Lepas tu dia akan jenayah rentas sempadan. So ada banyak-banyak isu yang melibatkan negara luar yang masuk ke dalam negara kita. So dia boleh kata bila kita jaga sempadan tu, semua isu ni masuk. So terpaksa take over satu-satu.
I can see lah kan.
Saya punya tasking on media. So banyak information kita kena identify apa maklumat yang boleh dihebahkan kepada masyarakat, apa keperluan, contoh macam isu parti, isu Rohingya, kita perlu support daripada public juga. Kita tahu public memang bersuara nakkan rakyat, nakkan government buat sesuatu. Dalam masa yang sama itulah adalah few operation, contohnya macam influence operation yang kita cuba start, engage sikit supaya benda tu dapat membantulah.
Tapi isu pendatang asing ni kita pelik kan Puan. I mean they are keeping on masuk juga kat sempadan kita ni walaupun kita buat macam-macam tangkapan kan kita push dia orang out from the borders kan, tapi still dia suka juga nak masuk kan.
Okey, yang itu saya boleh katakan dia ada demand and supply. Bila ada demand dalam negara kita, demand tu tinggi dan ada sindiket-sindiket ni yang mainkan peranan untuk supply. So how they want to supply is dia contact dengan negara-negara jiran kita yang ada dia push and pull factor, which is negara dia sendiri, contoh negara macam kita kata Myanmar, negara dia bergolak. So bila negara dia bergolak, rakyat dia nak keluar. Bila nak keluar, ada sindiket ni yang bagi offer. In fact, dia orang bayar satu kepala dalam 10 ke 20 ribu macam tu.
Wow.
Dia bayar untuk datang ke Malaysia. Modus operandi utama dia adalah nak datang Malaysia. Tu kita macam why Malaysia? Lepas tu katanya negara Islam. Ada banyak lagi negara Islam yang lain. But why Malaysia? So, tengok balik dengan dasar dengan polisi apa yang kita ada, yang kita apply, yang kita punya political situation dalam negara kita tu. So bila tengok benda-benda tu ada banyak lah, ada banyak perkaitan dia Zaki. Saya pun dengan tim dekat NTF ni kita masih analyse issue, identify issue, analyse and what supposed to do. Dan NTF ni function utama dia adalah untuk advice. Kita tak ada kuasa untuk mengarahkan Jabatan Immigration, mengarahkan KDM, mengarahkan Mindaf, tak ada kuasa tu, cuma kita boleh advice.
Masih Datuk Seri tu lagi jadi komandan tu NTF?
Ya. Aris Aditan.
Aris Aditan kan, okay, right.
Datuk Aris Aditan.
So kalau kita punya geng-geng Docmal ni, in fact for information, Major Marsina kita pun dah join jadi ahli Docmal. Thank you very much. So kalau ada ahli nak tahu tentang NTF ni aktiviti ni, masuk wall tu?
Boleh. Itulah saya pun nak mengajak semua untuk like and share Facebook NTF National Task Force. Kita ada create satu Facebook tu masih barulah, bila saya transfer ke NTF tu kita create satu Facebook bulan 11 hari tu. Dan kita cuba mainkan beberapa isu untuk bagi public tahu dan create awareness dalam masyarakat kita sendiri. So Facebook tu kalau dapat like and share semua, so kita ni lah, kita harapkanlah public semua dapat like and share semua supaya naik rating NTF tu, dan ada maklumat-maklumat yang kita nak sampaikan tu boleh sampai kepada masyarakat semua.
Maknanya Major yang jaga benda tu kan?
Ya, saya admin. Dah macam rahsia dah ni Cik Zaki.
Okey, apa nama wall tu? Puan?
National Task Force.
In full lah kat NTF dia?
Full. Ni saya letak sini.
Okey, share.
Nanti saya letakkan link dekat dalam WhatsApp, boleh ke? Ataupun Telegram?
Ataupun dekat Telegram?
Boleh. Nanti saya bagi link dia. So minta tolong semua kalau dapat share and like, tu better lah.
Okey, Meja.
Okay, Encik Zaki, terima kasih juga saya nak ucapkan kerana sudi invite saya join grup ni. Semua, saya tengok orang-orang dalam grup ni hebat-hebat, saya nak bersuara pun saya pun risau. Saya tengok
boleh je kan. Saya tengah nak ajak Lieutenant Colonel Salawati join kita sekali dia.
InsyaAllah, dia ada juga saya maklumkan pada dia tu. Saya pun Encik Zaki, saya baru habis last year lah, saya complete my master in IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication.
Alhamdulillah.
So, indirectly benda-benda tu dapatlah apply dan insyaAllah kalau ada dapat a strong connection dengan orang-orang kuat dalam tim ni, dalam industri mungkin kita dapat tengok apa yang boleh dilaksanakan untuk national level punya dokumentari ke apa.
Alright, so Docmal, saya ingat Docmal kan Puan?
Docmal, insyaAllah.
So dalam Docmal ni bukanlah kita nak kata kan. Ramai players yang memang expert dalam bidang.
Saya tengok discussion pun dia level ilmiah dah, dia level ilmiah. Maknanya benda-benda yang a good sharing session lah. Information pun bagus, semua okey.
Okey. Alright. Okey Puan.
Okay, terima kasih Zaki.
Happy weekend Meja Masina.
Yeah.
Thank you. Alright, Dr. Rizal, anything from you?
So far saya rasa apa yang disarankan oleh saudara Muslim dengan itu adalah bagi saya lah banyak rasionalnya dan kita sepatutnya mengambil kesempatan lah sebab only throughout the media and content ni kita dapat selain dapat promote or marketing tapi kita dapat satu propaganda lah kan. Memang betul lah bagi saya is agak susah untuk kita pergi ke Palestin untuk shoot dokumentari ke untuk shoot some content kan. Tapi dalam konteks sekarang content tu basically is very universal kan. It can be animation betul tak? It can be motion graphic kan. It can be anything. Yang selain yang kita boleh sumbang untuk Palestin so kita Malaysian, kita Islam kan. So tak semestinya berjihad tu kita kena pergi sana, kita kena berlawan, kita kena berperang ataupun berjihad tu pada jalan Allah tu kita nak menerima duit seberapa banyak yang boleh. Memang bagus tapi kita boleh guna kita punya skill tu lah. Kita tak kisahlah saya boleh nampak benda ni kan dan kita boleh collaborate lah kan in between university ke Docmal sendiri ke untuk buat satu film festival ke documentary festival just to contribute to the Palestine kan. Even kalau kita nak tadi ada soalan berkenaan dengan how the new generation yang berminat dengan
ada soalan
game juga. Dengan new media semua kan. Saya sebab anak saya pun macam tu juga kan, semua sibuk main game, sibuk main online game kan. Kalau ada game berkenaan dengan Palestin dengan Israel ni pun best juga sebenarnya.
Betul.
Kan kalau kita boleh cipta satu game karakter kan, tak kisah karakter tu nama Muslim ke Imad ke apa kan. Kan yang pergi berperang dengan bom botol apa semua kan. It will be interesting. Jangan yang
lepas tu tiba-tiba kan ada Hak Hogan datang membantu kan.
Ada Hak Hogan tu dia kira bonus lah kan. Ada Hak Hogan ke atau ada Brad Pitt datang ke kan. Kita tahu lah kan ada Transformer datang kan. It's something special lah. I don't know whether PlayStation ke apa akan release this kan, tapi computer game can be anywhere kan. In security side tu kita kena check dengan MC lah kan. Kita tak nak lah Malaysia kena serang disebabkan satu game berkenaan dengan Palestin semua kan. It can be lah, it can be.
Ni kan Dr. Rizal, ni kan kita dah pandai-pandai buat program ni. Insya-Allah rumah kita pun dah kena set.
Dah kena set dah.
Which one button from Tel Aviv. Habis rumah Dr. Kemal kan.
Apa yang banyak sangat soalan tadi kata kan?
Dr. Kemal dia yang banyak duk roll. Dia kena dulu dia.
Dia dengan Jamil lah kena.
Okay,
So
continue,
saya rasa
continue. Okay.
we need to do something. At least something lah. Sebab sahabat kita di Palestin tu dah menyampaikan hajat kan. At least something. It can be anything lah kan. Kalau maksudnya work pelajar tu diambil daripada footage YouTube ke tak kisahlah kan, tapi it must be something.
Ya.
Sebab tu saja saya sampai terfikir apa tau. Kalau kita contribute kamera pun boleh juga kepada Palestin kan.
Kamera-kamera kita yang macam recycle kamera ke apa kan bagi kan.
Sebab saya tengok mereka masih menggunakan that camera. Kamera CCD kan. Kamera CCD RTM mungkin lupus je.
Kalau macam since dia duk pakai brand Sony kan, why don't Sony funded him with the latest camera kan untuk dia
something that lah, something macam Sony saya rasa boleh. Kalau rate kamera tu mungkin tidak lah kan, sebab American ni masih pro Israel kan. Kalau
tak
Sony
lagi dengan kilang-kilang Sony kena form.
Kilang Sony kena. Dan itulah saya dipahamkan Mossad ni is all over Malaysia kan. They can be a bus driver, they can be a stall seller, whatever kan, but they are all Mossad men. Mossad doesn't mean that they are Yahudi. They can be racist juga, but they are representing Mossad. So that is one area that we have to be careful also. Kan, tapi tak apalah, kita ingat kita buat benda ni ikhlas kan.
Ya betul.
Dr. Ayu memang dah keluar kan. Okey. Ada kita tengok Puan Salina from RTM. Puan Salina kat rumah kan depan mesin editing ni?
Depan mesin tuan.
Oh ya. Macam mana kita punya session tadi Puan Salina?
Okey, saya sambil-sambil buat kerja sambil dengar. So far hari ni saya rasa macam bersyukur sangatlah sebab dapat dengar sendiri daripada
the director kan?
Ya, daripada director. Jadi peluang ni sangat menarik lah. Terima kasih pada Docmal. Kawan saya dan kawan-kawan saya yang kiri kanan ni pun tumpang kami juga lah.
Cuba pan sikit apa? Ya? Cuba panning sikit.
Ni Intan.
Terus apa Intan? Intan editor juga?
Tu visual editor juga. Masing-masing dekat sebelah.
Oh, okey. Hai. Oh, depa duk tengok tak?
Tengok sambil mendengar, sambil-sambil lah. Kerja.
Puan Salina kena paksa dia orang join Docmal.
InsyaAllah.
Thank you. So maknanya kita pasal tak Puan Salina tadi dia mention about dia kawan Michael Moore.
Yeah.
So bila dia mention dia kawan Michael Moore, saya terus dapat idea. Kan, hopefully next session kita Michael Moore kan.
InsyaAllah. Boleh.
Kan. Kalau Michael Moore minta 2,000 US, kita tahulah nak cari siapa kan. Itulah kita rasa ni lah kan, macam walaupun kita tak dapat figure yang kita idam-idamkan untuk jadi partisipan, tapi I think overall okay kot nah. Kan,
sebenarnya ramai macam tadi pun apa yang satu laptop atau satu PC itu 5-6 orang yang tengok kan. Kemudian yang di USIM tu menggunakan apa nama FB Live kan. Jadi FB Live tak terrekod di sini lah. Saya rasa mungkin hampir 200.
Ada
dekat hampir 200, mungkin lebih.
Kita harap macam itulah kan. We have Fazli Wahab ni selalu dia cakap banyak dalam kita punya group. Fazli, nak dengar pandangan you? Fazli, adik Fazli kan, ni very junior ni. Oh, dah tidak lah. Azimi? Fazli I mean, kita ada Farid tak daripada Brunei? Farid tak join Zizanin join tadi sekejap kan? Lisa ada. Saya Diana ada kan? Pak Tua ada.
Masih ada.
Abby Cornelis lah. Thanks Liza. Abby Cornelis tak ada. Okey, kita ada ambil gambar panelis tadi tak? Siapa screenshot gambar panelis ni dia orang minta ni. Si apa? Imad. Imad minta. Kan? Kalau ada share dekat AJK, share dekat AJK. Cik Mal bukan Yusmal. Cik Mal, where are you? Cik Mal, if you want to say something, kalau nak share apa-apa opinion ke, saranan ke, boleh? Nak marah kita pun ke, buat benda yang boleh? Cik Mal. Siapa tu? Anak siapa tu?
Cik Mal dah keluar kot.
Ni, dia dah keluar
Keluar.
Zul keluar dah? Zul bakat?
Tak keluar lagi, saya ajar ya.
Zul kata nak bagi gambar macam mana? Kata pagi-pagi nak tunjuk gambar kat kami.
Alah, gambar ada banyak. Pagi tadi pun ada ambil. Tapi masa nanti saya tunjuk.
Share
memang ada. Nanti saya share dengan Telegram lah. Boleh. Nanti saya share dengan Telegram. Sebab tiap pagi saya memang ambil gambar pun.
Ambil share je.
Boleh. No problem.
Kan. Lostar okey lah.
Lostar pagi tadi mula-mula cuaca elok, cantik. Mula-mula saya ambil gambar sunset pun semua elok benda. Tiba-tiba hujan.
Ambil lah gambar dalam hujan pula, suasana hujan tu kan.
Ambil selalu ambil pelangi ya.
Oh dapat You pakai lens apa kalau ambil pelangi tu?
Saya kena saya pakai Sony Nikon pun saya dapat.
Lens tu normal lens?
Saya pakai 300 mm je tuan.
300.
Selalunya saya ambil kalau kata untuk pelangi saya ambil 18 sebab dia wide kan. Kadang-kadang tak ada nak berkeluar kamera, bantai dengan handset, tapi handset pun okey.
Kan?
Kita nak cepat kan?
Handset mahal kot.
Handset biasa lah, tapi dia boleh zoom. Handset ni boleh zoom. Boleh juga.
Kan? So, dia tu, itulah hari tu saya pernah cadangkan, ambil lah juga gambar orang. You dah ambil pemandangan kan? Kali kita nak orang. Kan? Orang.
Ada. Gambar orang ni banyak lah.
Buat dah.
Gambar orang saya ambil kan human interest ni, kawasan Bendang ni memang banyak. Kadang saya dapat gambar burung hijrah ni dia keluar kan. Dia keluar ramai. Dia keluar banyak. Dia keluar dalam kadang-kadang 1000 ekor juga lah. Bisa dapat tu.
Tu kira dia nak pergi mana tu? Dia nak pergi China ke Vietnam ke apa tu?
Dia masuk sini daripada tahun 2016 lagi. Lah ni dia jadi macam dia tetap dah kat sini. Cuma dia hijrah ni dari satu tempat, dari satu benang A ke benang B. Dia macam tu kan.
Dia pergi bendang ke bendang.
Bendang ke bendang. Dulu dia buat sarang, dia buat satu tempat. Dulu satu gerombolan lah dia ni. Kalau dia duduk ramai-ramai ni. Dia ni kira macam hero lah kan. Kira macam dia makan siput gonam. Siput gonam ni dia jadi satu ancaman kepada makhluk perosak ni, kepada petani. Bila burung ni dia macam penyelamat. Dia makan apa siput gonam ni.
Dia makan, kalau isi kan dia makan sekali dengan kulit.
Dia makan isi, jadi mati je.
Bagus.
Kira dia macam menyelamatkan lah. Tidak, siput gonam ni dia susah mati. Buh racun dia apa dia ada balik. Ikan macam tak makhluk perosak yang susah sikit lah. Tapi dia main berkawan dia bagi habis. Tapi kadang-kadang orang kita ni suka tembak.
Boleh makan ke burung tu?
Dia kata hanyak. Hanyak sikit lah. Isi tak ada. Tapi tak bagus lah kesian kat dia kan. Sebab dia pun main tu makan siput kan. Betul lah.
Apa? Okay.
Ada satu cadangan lah.
Kempen lah sikit orang ustaz masuk Docmal.
Ada, kita kempen lah. Kadang-kadang tengok kawan-kawan kata ada, kan ni mungkin sibuk kot.
Tak apalah, pelan-pelan lah.
Ni, buat satu lagi ceramah buat teknikal ke tentang cara macam mana cara nak guna peralatan-peralatan ni, best juga.
You mean bengkel ke nak buat sesi macam ni? Bengkel lagi sedap kot.
Bengkel lah, tunjuk macam mana nak guna peralatan. Kadang-kadang orang tahu dia guna audio mission macam mana nak bagi suara sedap. Kan?
You mean what?
Dia taklah teori sangat. Kadang-kadang orang cakap, macam mana peralatan tu dapat membantu, macam mana dia punya software tu dapat membantu. Kan? Kadang-kadang ada bahagian-bahagian teknikal yang memang pakar-pakar yang pandai menggunakan perisian 3D punya kan. Dia dapat berkongsi dia punya ni cara-cara dia macam mana nak buat efek cantik untuk filem ke. Itu penting juga tu rasa. Dapat tarik lagi ramai.
Maknanya on handphone, through handphone ke apa?
Taklah mestinya handphone. Kadang-kadang kan macam ni, sekarang orang dia dapat teori kan. Tapi dia nak ilmu tu kita boleh dapat dalam kita macam mana kita dah buat filem elok. Buat filem tapi kita nak dia punya, kita kena nak guna perisian apa untuk editing dia yang bagi cantik. Editing suara je. Kadang-kadang orang yang guna ni dia pun kadang-kadang try and error je.
Okey, boleh insya-Allah kami akan bincang.
Itu penting tau. Kadang-kadang saya agak kalau dapat ni tarik banyak budak-budak you, banyak minat ni akan tarik Docmal ni akan jadi ramai lagi.
Budak you kan memang kita antara kita punya target kita ni, kita nak merakyatkan budak-budak you ni towards documentary.
Kadang dia bakat dia ada. Dia boleh buat. Tapi dia mesti akan buat cantik dan guna software. Kadang dia tanya kita, software apa nak guna? Macam mana? Kan? Kelas dia belajar lain. Tapi benda tu tak ada pun.
Mereka ni boleh shooting tapi dia pun tak pandai edit kan.
Betul lah. Kadang-kadang ada juga benda-benda yang technical kan. Nak masuk audio.
Siapa Fazli? Fazli, yes.
Ya, saya.
Sembang sikit Fazli.
Ya, saya belajar USM.
Belajar?
USM.
Masih belajar lagi?
Final year dan habis pun dah baik practical.
Alright, okay. Practical kat mana?
Practical Metroware itu.
Metroware, you ada pergi pecah dia orang punya mesin photostat ke ada tak?
Ada.
Okay. So, berapa lama praktikal?
3 bulannya.
Okay.
Tu lah, saya rasa macam cadangan Encik Zulkifli Bakar tadi memang bagus lah kan, pendedahan kat universiti kan. Tapi saya rasa mungkin boleh lecturer kot, lecturer untuk kembangkan lah. Saya kalau kat USM, mungkin saya boleh kembangkan pada pusat pendidikan komunikasi untuk invite student-student ataupun lecturer dia masuk dalam Docmal kan.
Dekan siapa sekarang komunikasi USM?
Dr. Nuzali.
Okay. Dr. Azmawati tu kenal kan?
Ada.
Tu saya punya best dulu.
Oh ya ke? UiTM
UiTM
tu lah, apa Encik V pun dah beritahu dia ke senior ni lah. Encik Zaki dengan Dr. apa?
Azmawati Azwan Azmawati
Azman Azmawati tu lah. Lepas tu saya rasa kan kalau kita kembang pada sekolah-sekolah pun bagus juga sebab kadang-kadang kalau kata kita boleh berterapkan pada sekolah kan budak-budak dia kadang-kadang dia mungkin tak tahu nak tuju nak ke mana kan. So kita dapat dedahkan diorang tadi benda diorang kan. Lepas tu mungkin diorang boleh saya minat benda tadi saya boleh nak jadi filmmaker sebagainya. So dia ada tujuan pada sekolah dia boleh target ke mana dia nak pergi.
Tak Fazli bayangkan kita lecturer kita kan Dr. Riza dia bagi tahu, Dr. Kemeh pun nak bagi tahu, Puan Wan Amizah pun nak bagi tahu kata kalau keluar syuting kena ada proper team kan, lighting, audio, lepas kena ada monitor, tripod kena proper. Tiba-tiba bila kita tengok si Imad ni dia keluar seorang-seorang dia, tripod pun tak ada, lighting pun tak ada kan. Dia boleh buat that kind of footages. So kita rasa lecturer ni pun terduduk juga ni, macam mana kami nak explain kat student ni.
Boleh. Benda tu bagi saya boleh. Saya pernah buat assignment tapi assignment saya taklah hebat kan. Tapi saya buat berdua je.
Okey, gimana pula tu? Continue Fadli.
Macam mana Fazli? Teruskan.
Teruskan.
Saya ambil charger.
Okey, kalau kata dari segi apa dokumentari ni kan. Okey, lighting tu mungkin benda yang kalau kata benda tu tak apa okey pun saya faham dia kalau kata ada orang kata macam noise apa semua tu kan. Dia jadi lagi lebih nampak real kan. So sebab saya pun nak buat yang dokumentari tu, saya buat dokumentari pasal punk lah. Tapi lighting tu indie untuk assignment lah. Saya buat 2 orang je. Saya dengan tim saya. 2 orang je. But saya okey lah daripada yang visual sebab saya guna lighting pun lighting lampu-lampu yang fluorescent semua ni, tungsten semua kan. Yang lampu sedia ada kat rumah ni. So okey jugalah berhasil dia kan. So benda tu tak mustahil lah. So mungkin boleh start dengan pertandingan pembikinan dokumentari untuk pihak sekolah ke, untuk pihak universiti ke apa, bagi pelibatan tu kan. Bila orang dah tahu pelibatan tu boleh melibatkan diri dalam pertandingan-pertandingan sebegini, mungkin kita boleh invite diorang peserta tu untuk jadi ahli lah.
Betul. Apa yang Fazli habaq ni, itulah yang kami tengah duk bincang sekarang ni. Kami nak buat pertandingan.
Pertandingan kan.
Ya betul ya. Bagus.
Sebab tu mungkin buka keahlian untuk bawah umur lah.
Budak-budak, you mean budak-budak sekolah pun?
Ya, buka keahlian untuk bawah umur.
Tapi kan Fazli, bila budak sekolah, kita kena buat juga satu orientasi bengkel untuk mereka.
Boleh lah. Okey, sebab saya rasa sekarang ni pun, bila diorang ni kan, diorang belajar online kan. So diorang banyak guna kamera juga. Saya rasa tengok kan, dekat YouTube, dalam Facebook tu ada juga guna kamera untuk rekod tugasan-tugasan diorang. So mungkin kita boleh buat perendahan bengkel videografi mulai telefon lah, macam tadi siapa cakap tadi. Kan untuk diorang belajar something lah. Untuk boleh digunakan semua peringkat lah daripada universiti sebagainya kan.
Betul, memang insyaAllah dalam perancangan. So Fazli tolong support lah. Kalau nanti
saya boleh kongsi lah.
Maknanya kalau Fazli mesti boleh bercakap dengan lecturer semua kan?
Saya ada berhubung dengan lecturer juga.
Kan kalau mereka kata boleh, maknanya USM one day jadi kita punya rakan kolaborasi, cantik lah.
Itulah sebab dokumentari ni dia peminat dia orang-orang, bukan semua orang yang minat kan, tapi kalau ada dia minat tu memang menyelah lah dia punya cerita apa semua kan. Sebab siapa yang suka tengok National Geography ataupun History Channel memang sonok lah. Kan?
Betul.
Sebab subjek ni dalam Malaysia ni banyak sebenarnya kan. Kalau saya tengok pun isu sosial, isu macam-macam lah isu kan. Budaya-budaya, sub-budaya, sebagainya lah kan. Benda tu boleh dikupas lah. Mungkin kita tak tahu sangat, tapi kalau budak-budak yang masih sekolah atau masih belajar di universiti, mungkin diorang lebih dekat dengan isu sosial kan. So mungkin kita boleh belajar dari situ lah kan. Itu pandangan saya lah.
Maknanya Docmal ni boleh melangkah jauh lagi lah kalau kita nak dekat dengan komuniti universiti dan sekolah kan. InsyaAllah.
Boleh, insyaAllah boleh.
Okay, thank you Fazli, thank you. David Teo okey tak? Dia marah Fazli tak?
Tak ada.
Apa projek dia sekarang?
Banyak telefilm saya tengok banyak.
Siapa director sekarang yang buat dengan MIT?
Ada terbaru tu daripada MMU kot, keluaran MMU kot. Nama apa saya tak ingat lah. Lepas tu banyak ni apa nama, Hashim Rajab.
Sekarang ni Bu Hashim banyak buat dengan dia?
Banyak buat dengan dia.
Okey. Yang baru ni dekat Sarawak tu, yang Hashim shooting tu, itu MIT juga?
Saya tak pasti. Bila lah?
Yang keluar dekat RTM dalam 2 minggu lepas kot.
Tajuk dia apa?
Dia shooting dekat Sarawak. Dia memang cerita orang Sarawak. Hashim Rajab jadi director.
Saya tak kot. Saya bukan kot.
Bukan MIT lah kot.
Bukan MIT tu. Sebab itu dia tengok cerita tu cinta kot.
Yang cinta tu dia punya. Ni MIT punya.
Tajuk dia apa? Saya tak ingat.
Skrip siapa dah buat sekarang?
Skrip dia orang ada internal punya skrip.
Oh, ada team lah. Okay, okay.
Ada team.
Alright. Okay, Fazli. Ni dekat mana ni?
Dekat rumah.
Oh, tu belakang tu green screen lah tu.
Green screen tu lah kadang-kadang. Itu buat film review. Tapi itulah tak tahu bila nak sambung ni, nak buat lain.
Bagus, tak apalah, keep on berkarya lah.
Yalah, insyaAllah.
Oh, Fazli memang minat editing
Minat juga, tapi saya lebih suka directing sebenarnya. Writing.
Ijan saya punya student tu dia buat editing, lepas tu lah dia edit filem Mamat Khalid banyak lah. Lepas tu last dia akan sambung Polis Evo, dia direct Polis Evo nanti, insyaAllah.
Direct?
Kalau tak sebab COVID dia dah direct Polis Evo tu. Kan? Daripada editor becomes a director. Bagus lah kan?
Boleh, sebab memang yang saya belajar dengan, saya pernah belajar bengkel Osman Hasham, dia memang kata pun yang sesuai jadi director adalah editor, writer dan juga actor lah. Yang paling sesuai lah.
Yalah.
So memang tak terkejut juga lah sebab dia boleh jadi director kan. Sebab dia visualize dia boleh.
Okay. Alright. Okay, thank you Fazli. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alright. Awani Sarawak ni siapa?
Aku nak tanya.
Awani Sarawak, are you still around? Zasi Queen TV ni ialah orang Melaka kan?
TV tamu, siapa TV tamu?
Ya.
Zasi?
Ya, saya.
Okey. Orang Melaka kan, Cik Mak kan?
Ya tuan.
Faham. Okey, dapat belajar something tak?
Alhamdulillah banyak yang saya pelajari lah. Actually sebenarnya zikir program ni tapi dapat tahulah sebersikit.
TV tamu.
TV tamu siapa? Tak ada live kot man.
Dah keluar dah kot. Tadi ada TV tamu.
Oh, TV tamu ni Khalil.
Khalil
masuk Rick.
Oh.
Khalil dengan John ada tadi tu. Tapi itulah ni kita sama-sama kita lah kehadiran tak berapa memberansangkan.
Tapi kehadiran tak memberansangkan tapi kekal sehingga akhir tu.
Kekal lah kan.
Sampai ada 77 tau, tinggi tu.
Masa kita tutup tu.
Ada 77. Sudah pun outlet at the end. Sudah lagi satu yang ini lama ni. 1 jam. 1 jam lebih.
Orang tak boleh nak sustain